Everyone, we're happy to have everyone here today. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, everyone. Trustee Gutierrez.
I am here.
Vice President McLaury.
Present.
Trustee Mayer.
Here.
Trustee Rosenberg.
Here.
President Clark.
Here.
Our student representative from Worcester High School, Logan Carlson. And I am here. We have a quorum, Madam President.
Great, thank you very much. Trustee Mayer, would you like to do the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, public comment. Action to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Public comment. We have yellow public cards out on the table in front. So if you'd like to talk, please feel free to fill one out and it will be brought up to us. So I have, these are all for public comment. Kyle Dalpe, D-A-L-P-E, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Dalpe. I am Chief of Staff and Associate Dean at Truckee Meadows Community College. More relevant to today's discussion, I am a resident of the school district's E service area. I would like to thank you for all of your service on the board, especially as you work to fill a vacancy with just one of the many qualified applicants. As you move forward with the interview process today, I come before you to support the application of Dr. Diane Nicolette. Dr. Nicolette brings a variety of experience not only from the higher education vantage point, but from the early childhood perspective as well. She understands and knows that a strong foundation will help our children succeed in their pre-K to post-secondary education journey and beyond. Career and college readiness begins early with our students. Dr. Nicolette brings experience interacting with the public, including her 2012 campaign for this seat, which she garnered significant support, losing only by less than 300 votes in a 49-51 split. She connected with many voters in our district and has heard constituents' feedback on issues. From her current job at TMCC and her doctoral work at UNR, she brings understanding of leadership, educational processes, data analysis that will benefit this board as it moves forward in the coming months and years. She is a relationship builder and has a keen way of bringing people together for discussions that benefit all of the members for a common good. In addition to her professional career, she brings valuable experience working with nonprofit boards to advocate for children, including the Discovery Museum Board, the statewide Child Care Advocacy Committee, and the National Coalition for Campus Child Care Centers. You have her packet. You've read her achievements and experience. I thank you. As a District E constituent, I strongly recommend her selection to this vacancy. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Shelley Whalen. Hello.
Hello. My name's Shelley Whalen, and I have known Angie Taylor since we were both students in high school. We played on opposing volleyball teams, and they won. Angie's always been a great sport, and so I have known her for over 30 years. I believe that Angie is by far the best candidate for this position, and I wanted to share a story with you. Last year, I reached out to Angie when my daughter and a group of her classmates were doing a National History Day project at Clayton Middle School. Their topic was Title IX, and they wanted to do personal interviews with somebody who had direct information. So I reached out to Angie through social media, and she was willing and set up an appointment to talk with my daughter, Jackie. Just a side note, Jackie very much wanted to be here today to speak on Angie's behalf that she had a chemistry test. And Angie insisted that she not miss school for this. One of the things that my daughter shared with me was that she was very impressed with how Angie went through Title IX with them very thoroughly. But she was also impressed with her, Angie was not biased. Being a student athlete and a female, Jackie thought that she would be all for Title IX, but Angie was very concerned about how it was going to affect men's sports at the university as well. So with that in mind, I know, and my daughter Jackie knows, that Angie will do the best job being fair for all the students and looking out for the kids. She has the kids' best interest in mind. So I urge you to choose Angie Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did want to preface before I got started that we are going to stick to the strict 3-minute rule. So when you see that red light go on, I'm going to be tough. These people are harassing me about letting you speak longer than 3 minutes. So, Elijah James. Welcome.
For a National History Day project, four of my friends and I decided to create a project on the impact Title IX had on UNR. While researching, we learned of Dr. Angie Taylor's involvement in female athletics at the university and how she was influenced by Title IX. Thankfully, since I already knew her, it wasn't hard to schedule an interview. She was kind and cared enough to take time out of her schedule to help us with our project, and as a result, she became one of our most primary sources. Due to her generosity, my group won the Northern Nevada competition and received the opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. to participate in the national competition. Although we didn't win, we won the Best Entry from Nevada award, and we couldn't have done it without her.
Thank you. Sean Burke. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, board and guests. I'm here today to speak on behalf of Dr. Smith, one of the candidates for trustee. As the operator of the largest educational supply store in the state of Nevada, I think it's imperative that we have somebody on our board that has teaching classroom experience. The time that I've worked with Dr. Smith, she has shown me that she is very intelligent, punctual, organized, compassionate, caring, and giving. I know that you all have a very large job here in picking the right person, and they're all very qualified candidates. But I just wanted to at least let you know from my position involved in the district and from a retail standpoint that I do support Dr. Smith, and I'd like you to consider her for that position.
Thank you. Sherry Schofield Foster. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Well, I'm speaking on behalf of Darcy Smith, Dr. Smith, and I've known her since the day I was born. She's my older sister. We've lived in this community for a very long time, many decades, went through the school system here, and Worcester High, I graduated from Worcester, so did Darcy. And so, and now she's been a teacher for all these years. I'm here on behalf of two people, actually. One is me, myself, and I, which is three. And the other is Dr. Shane Templeton, who wanted to be here but couldn't, and sent a letter that I'm going to be reading. He's in Arkansas speaking at a reading conference, and so he wasn't able to be here today. So this is from Dr. Shane Templeton. I appreciate the opportunity to submit a letter in support of Dr. Darcy Smith's application to serve on the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. I have known Darcy for many years, having the good fortune to work with her during her pursuit of both a master's degree and a Doctor of Education degree in Literacy Studies at the University of Nevada, Reno. I served as her advisor in those degree programs and enjoyed her input in graduate courses. I have also had the pleasure of observing her teaching in both regular classrooms and in intervention settings, and have been impressed time and again with her understanding and responsiveness to students who represent a wide range of abilities and backgrounds. Throughout her career, Darcy has been an advocate, first and foremost, for those students. She has been an informed, strong, and committed voice in her advocacy, especially when policies that purport to have students' best interests at heart turn out to have quite different and unfortunate consequences. Dr. Smith is a gifted educator, and she would bring that critical perspective to her work on the Board of Trustees. This perspective has informed her work with students, parents, and her colleagues, for as with all gifted educators, they teach not only the children, but also others who share responsibility for their education. Darcy also understands the larger policy and political environments in which school districts must function. She will ask the necessary questions and bring a well-seasoned, fair assessment and evaluation of each issue and challenge the board addresses. She will be as tireless in her work and commitment to the board and the district as she has been in her teaching. I know that if Darcy is granted the opportunity to serve, she will be a valued and appreciated fellow board member, and the district will be very well served. Shane Tilpleton, Ph.D., founder, Professor Emeritus of Literacy Studies, University of Nevada, Reno. Thank you for letting me read that for him. And for me, my comments very briefly. Darcy loves children, and she loves teaching. She's passionate about her field, absolutely passionate about it. She also has, I think, very unique and creative ideas, and I'm just going to profile one briefly. Do any of you know what an axolotl is? Okay, well, I didn't either. But she brought one into her classroom one day. It's like a miniature dinosaur live creature, kind of slimy, and this was an albino one, kind of like a lizard thing-ish, you know. And she brought it into the classroom. And that led to discussions with her young students regarding biology, ecology, geography. I mean, this is all about learning, not memorizing. And that's, I think, our Darcy's real strengths.
And you need to wrap it up.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. That's good. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Troy Harsh. Is it? I have T-R-O-Y here, but
It is.
Harsh, H-A-R-S. You're in our overflow room. It takes a bit to get here. Welcome.
Hi. Hi. Thank you so much. I'm here to support Dr. Diane Nicolette. There's nothing that I can say about her that hasn't already been said, except as somebody who knows how the political process works, and one that I certainly appreciate. We don't have the funds for a special election, so thank you for deciding to sort this out amongst yourselves. So, she got over 16,000 people. That's their public comment. She is an outstanding woman. I think the other 4 people, I hope to see them on the ballot next time, so I can have a chance to learn more about them and have a chance to vote for them. So I really, really value the political process. She spent 8 months knocking on doors, fundraising. You guys did the same thing. She understands what you guys went through, and you understand what she went through. So she's kind of already done the test. So I really would value to see her chosen by you guys, because namely in that reason, it's hard. The other 4 candidates, outstanding. I look forward to seeing you on the next ballot. This time, let the 16,000 plus have their day. If there would be room, I'm sure they would. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Layden. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, trustees. My name's Steve Layden. I know several of you, friends with several of you on the board. For those who don't know me, I'm a businessman here in town. In regards to education, I'm a past president of the Education Alliance of Washoe County and its predecessor, the Education Collaborative. I currently sit on the state's council to establish academic standards for K-12. I have sat on Mark Johnson's UNR Strategic Planning Board, and I just wrapped up working for the state on college and career readiness. And I tell you all this because I want you to know how deeply committed and invested I am personally in public education, P all the way through 16. I know the huge challenges we have come through. I know the huge challenges we face today, and I know the huge challenges going forward, both for this district and for the state, to push forward some of the ideas and reforms that this body and others have pushed forward on the state level. I am so ingrained in public education, I almost tossed my hat into this ring, as I also live in former trustee Ayazi's district. But I stepped aside when I discovered somebody else who was going to offer her time and talent to pursue this position, and that's Dr. Taylor. I've had the privilege of knowing Dr. Taylor for years, and I know deep in my heart she is absolutely the right fit for this board at this time with the challenges we're facing. I know her deep character, I know her deep commitment to education, and I know her deep commitment to this community. And it's community that sets her apart in my eyes from everyone else. I can think of few people that can connect and have connected historically for years with this community the way that Dr. Taylor does. We know the challenges faced by this board and this district in pushing forward the changes that we need, and we need to have community support, and we need to have the community trust and buy into what these trustees and this district are aiming to do. Angie Taylor is the person we can rely on to meet our community, to project to our community, and to talk with them the way that we need to draw the community in to support the efforts going on in this district and statewide. I fully support Angie's efforts to take the seat for District E, and I hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mason Smiley. Welcome.
Morning, good afternoon, isn't it? Thank you. I'm here to represent and support Dr. Smith. I have a kind of a personal alliance with her. I'm married to her.
Call that personal alliance.
She's a hard worker, and she loves kids, and she just embraces education. That's what she does. She's retired now, a year and a half, I think, yeah, about a year and a half. And she tutors because she still likes to do it, and she's good at it. I assisted her at the at Westergaard before she retired in the classroom with reading, did crossing guard, and saw what she does with kids. She's really, really good. And so I support her. I have a letter from her past principal who couldn't be here, if I could read it to you. Mason, as I am out visiting in Reno, out of Reno visiting in Michigan, please pass my information on to the trustees of the Washoe County School District. Thanks, Bill. Greetings, members of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. My name is William Chronister, former teacher, assistant principal, and principal of Washoe County School District. I would like to present my coworker and educator, Dr. Smith, for you for your consideration for membership of the Washoe County School District. Trustee, Dr. Smith was under my supervision at 2 schools in Washoe County School District, Silver Lake and Westergaard Elementaries. I would like the trustees to know that over the years, I've observed Dr. Smith teaching several grade levels, including 1st grade, 2nd grade, and 5th grade. I found her to be an excellent in instruction and student interaction in all these positions. She worked diligently with her staff, with her students, communicated fully with her parents, and worked well with my staff. Dr. Smith dedicated herself to her students and fellow educators, as well as giving special support to students that struggle with reading and math. Dr. Smith tutored students that fell behind in their studies. Each year, Dr. Smith worked after school tutoring students prior to state testing. I believe Dr. Smith's support of the efforts were extremely helpful in our high reading and math scores on the CRTs. I believe Dr. Smith to be a professional and emotionally devoted to students' learning and to the efficient operation of our school and schools throughout Washoe County School District and the great state of Nevada. Thank you for your time. William E. Chronister. Thank you.
Thank you.
I promise to get her in the meeting sometime.
Mark Nicolette. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mark Nicolette. I have the great fortune to be married to Diane Nicolette, and I am a resident of District E. In March 2012, Diane submitted her notice to run for the District E board position. You trustees all know what it is like to go through the public and personal vetting process associated with running for election. You've all experienced the highs and lows, the pressure from special interest groups, raising money to purchase advertising, buy signs, and to go out and get endorsements. Your life is consumed by the election process during this 8-month campaign. Diane campaigned with diligent effort. She faced this challenge with her usual work ethic and put in countless hours while working full-time. She met with neighborhood groups, various unions, Chamber of Commerce, realtor groups, and at a local high school, several of you were there, where dozens turned out to hear candidates field questions. She and a handful of supporters walked miles and miles and miles of District E neighborhoods, talking to the voters. She faced hundreds of detailed questions, and more importantly, learned the concerns of our community and the voters of District E, whom today's appointment will represent. Only one of the finalists of your 5 ran for School Board District E. That's Diane. 2012 was a presidential election year, so turnout was high at 75.49%. A seasoned veteran, Dave Ayazi, received 14,995 votes. Unfortunately, he no longer can serve. Diane received 14,696 votes. That's 299 votes separation, 1%. Why did those voters select Diane? They recognized the wisdom that comes from experience. They responded to the depth of knowledge that comes from a lifelong learner. They got to see her face to face in their driveways, front doors, and living rooms. In those encounters, they got to experience the warmth in her heart and the fire of her passion to embrace the issues facing our schools. And they liked her answers to their questions. Diane has learned governance the hard way. She has sat at the table of dozens of volunteer boards at the local, state, and national level. She's been on governance as the chair, co-chair, etc., in many of those boards. Most are subject to open meeting laws. Trustees, I ask you to hear the echo of the last known will of the voters of District E, and that it be present in your deliberations today. We in our community are fortunate to have a fine slate of candidates from which you can choose to fill these vacancies. I think any of these candidates would be a good choice. Only one is the best choice, and that's Diane Nicolette. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Wow, W-A-U-G-H. Wow.
Hello, I'm Sherry Waugh, and I'm the director of the Child and Family Research Center at UNR. I'm here today to express my support for Diane Nicolette. I've been in your place many times where you have the joy and the pleasure of making a selection. I don't know whether it's a good news or bad news when you have so many qualified candidates. It's a difficult thing. I believe that Diane Nicolette is the best candidate for 3 primary reasons. Mr. Nicolette just articulated very well her experience in policy governance. And I think that experience is considerable, and she is not afraid to make hard choices. And she is also not afraid to listen to differences of opinion and to consider them well. The second factor is her experience as a school leader. We have the privilege, both of us, of leading schools of very small people. I say I have the youngest students on the university campus, and Diane shares that, having the youngest students on Truckee Meadows campus. In that role, she has fiduciary obligations, and she knows what it's like to manage a budget, dollars that are not her own, and she does that well. And the third is her knowledge base, and that is considerable as well. She has been a teacher of very short people as well as adult people, and she does both of those equally well. But her knowledge of educational leadership, I think, is a piece that would be particularly important for you all as you make your deliberations. As I said, I know you have a difficult choice. You have a pool of well-qualified candidates, but I would say also that I think Mrs. Nicolette, Diane Nicolette, Dr. Dye, who does her homework, is your best candidate.
Thank you. Allison Damper. Welcome.
Thank you. You guys have a house full, so I'll keep this very brief. My name is Allison Dampier. I live in the District E area. I also am the PTO Vice President at Billinghurst Middle School. I have a daughter who also attends Roland Mountain. So I live in the area, and I'm here to show my support for Carlos Ladone. I have been in education for over 20 years, and I own an international private school. My standards are pretty high, and I can say honestly, that Carlos exceeds them. He's extremely engaged in our community. He volunteers as a head football coach and as a mentor to at-risk youth. He does not shy away from difficult issues, and he does not hesitate to get involved. He is thorough in his research and invested in what is best for kids. As a District E resident, I feel Carlos has the best interests of my children, my neighbors' children, and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Nunley. Sorry, I'm butchering everybody's name. Welcome.
No, that one's good. I'm Kim Nunley. I am the current PTO treasurer at Billinghurst, and live up in Somerset. Our family moved here a couple years ago. We love it here. I have 3 boys. One's at Billinghurst. I have a 5th grader at Westergaard, and then our preschooler who will be at Westergaard next year. I first met Carlos at the rezone meetings that we had here, and I was immediately impressed by his passion, absolute passion, for wanting what is best for our kids. And he was able to deliver that message in such an organized and intelligent and professional manner. I then found out he was my oldest child's teacher's husband. So that was kind of a fun connection because I was extremely impressed with her. So to have that connection to a teacher who was so in tune and fabulous with the kids, all types of kids, was wonderful. The time and energy that he dedicated to the rezone was really, truly impressive. Now both of our youngest boys are in the same preschool class, and so I've gotten to know the family better, and was really excited to find out that he was hoping to get this position here. I know that not only is he a loyal Nevadan, being born and raised here, went to UNR, but that he's personally motivated to make this school district as the best it could possibly be. He has 4 kids going through the system, so I know he'll do whatever it takes to get where it needs to be. I strongly support Carlos Ladone and sincerely hope that the kids and teachers in our school district get to benefit from what he has to offer.
Thank you. Millie Burgess. Welcome.
Thank you. Is this only a time to address one of the candidates? Mine has nothing to do with that.
Absolutely fine. Anything that's not on the agenda you can talk about during this.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you can talk about anything.
Okay. IEP, Individualized Education Plan. Do you think that when the system was being developed, this testing for challenged minds, this guidance for children struggling with any part of their education, do you think that the thought ever crossed their mind that this would lead to a free hall pass for bullying, for becoming little terrors without consequences to their actions. Because these kids are at risk, because these kids don't perform at their current grade level, these children are getting away with things that no quote-unquote normal developing child would or could ever get away with. To hear that appropriate actions for a child's behavior can't be taken, the principal's hands are tied. There's nothing we can do yet. This child is at risk. This child is protected. This child is protected more than your child. More than the child that behaves, the child that works hard, the child that's never in trouble, the child that knows that there are consequences to your actions, a child that would be in more trouble at home than school would ever be able to administer. Now, if my quote-unquote normal child did these following actions, long ago, actions would have been taken. These children, these bullies that have an IEP, have rights, I'm told, rights to an education. Sit back and wait, I'm told. If he follows through and hurts your child, if he physically touches a child, we will then be able to do something. Wait, wait, wait. These words are unacceptable to me. I ask, if your child was beaten up on the school bus by a kid 3 grades higher than him, would you feel better after a 2-day suspension? Would this be enough? So let's set the stage. In March 2014, one of the young men that I'm speaking of, the young man that seems to be affecting my child's education with his outbursts, foul language, threats, and downright tantrums, this young man threatened to bring a shotgun to school and kill 3 boys. No suspension, no police report. We don't expel children, I'm told. We want to make sure that we have exhausted all of our resources we have before taking further action. If all of these don't work, then we are able to remove a child and put him with like students. Teachers that have signed up for teaching kids like this with these exact problems. I'm wondering at what point or what the litmus is for exhausting all of our resources. In the fall of 2014, my child comes home and tells me about this young man at school, cussing at teachers, jumping the fence, and leaving, with teachers chasing him down, threatening students, cussing at students. On November 6th, my child came home from school quiet, removed, moody, having blow-ups about small, minor homework issues.
Burgess, you need to wrap it up.
Okay. After going back and forth with him, he finally told me that this child made up a song about him using explicit language, calling him names, and there have been several more incidents told. This child finally was suspended last week, and then the suspension was overturned by our area superintendent, Ms. Gonzalez, told that an in-house suspension was what was going to happen. We've filled out a report on the bully-free zone. I've emailed Joetta Gonzalez. We've shown up to the police department. A punishment for our principal, for our students. These 2 young men have proven that they will cause bodily harm, and appropriate action needs to be taken. These kids are terrorizing our students at Huffaker Elementary School, and nothing is being done about it.
Ms. Burgess, would it be all right if I gave your contact information to our interim superintendent for her to have someone give you a call, or she will call you herself?
Is that Joetta Gonzalez?
No, that's Tracy Davis.
Yes, that would be great.
And can someone please get her phone number? Randy, would you get her phone number and add it to this?
I wrote it on the
here.
bottom of
It
the
is.
card
Okay,
there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bishop Dupree. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the board, to our interim superintendent. I'm going to ask your indulgence before I get started, but I'm grateful to be here today. I'm standing in behalf of Dr. Taylor, but I want to present it from a different perspective, if I may. I'm supporting her to be the candidate for the school district, but I'm also hoping we can do it from a standpoint of diversification. We need some diverse, diversification on the board serving for people of minority values, etc. I want to tell a story, and I'll try to do it in a couple of minutes and sit down. I grew up in South Carolina, a place called King Street. I lost my license at 19 years old. I was driving a commercial vehicle, and as I was driving the commercial vehicle, someone ran into the back of me driving on the freeway. And in the South, in 1964, December, the high patrolman was called, of course, and I was driving this big rig and a big metal bar on the back, so my truck was not really hurt that much. But the gentleman that ran into the back of me ended up in the ravine. The highway patrolman came up, and of course he had to investigate, checked on the young man that was in the ravine and happened to be Caucasian. And he went down, checked on him to see whether he was fine, and of course he was fine. But when he came back to the vehicle, he inquired who was driving the truck. Of course, it was me. And he proceeded to ask for my driver's license, set me in the back of his patrol car, and commenced to writing out a ticket for me. And during that time, he also called in for someone to come and tour in the accident from the freeway, or the gentleman out of the ravine in his pickup. He came in, and as he was proceeding to write the ticket for me, the gentleman that came up to pull in the wreckage inquired as to who was driving the truck. And I told him it was me. He said, well, I see that you have Maryland tags on the vehicle. I said, yes, I work in Baltimore, Maryland. I'm just home for the holidays. And he wanted to know who I worked for, and I told him who I worked for in Baltimore, in the city of Baltimore. And as the officer was writing the ticket, and he inquired who I was working for, and I told him I worked for a fellow named Olden E. Crick, which was my boss. And the fellow that came to pull in the tour, also name was Crick. And not knowing each other, he never knew me, I never knew him. But then he inquired as to what work we did, and I told him. He said, I think you work for my brother, which is Olden E. Crick. And as he went on to tell his story, and the ticket was being written out for me, I lost my license, of course, in the ordeal, but he told them that, told the patrolman when he got there, so you can tear up that ticket. This young man is not going to get a ticket today. And of course, as he was telling the story as to why I would not get a ticket, the patrolman went on and voided the ticket out, did not give me a ticket. And some 4 months later, I lost my license. And I'm saying this story because sometime when you don't have people to speak for you, or when the public come in sometime and see no diverse culture or something on the board that is serving, they sometimes feel like they don't have a voice. And even though I lost my license, after he told me I would not get a ticket, did not get a ticket, and we find out the gentleman that ran into the back of me was drunk, reckless driving, speeding, did not even own a license, but I lost my license at 19 years old.
And
so I said all that
you
to
need to
simply
wrap
say,
up, please.
Thank you. And I said all that to simply say, sometime we need to just do the right thing. I'm sure all the candidates that are named here are qualified to do the job, capable of doing the job, but sometimes just for diversification's sake, sometimes we just simply need to do the right thing. And with that, I support Angie Taylor, and I trust that you all as trustees will make the right decision and appoint her to this board. if no more than just for diversification, because all of them are very well qualified to do the job. Thank you.
Thank you. Alice Ledesma.
It's
Well, it's the what?
Ledesma.
Ledesma.
Alice
I was going to say
Ledesma.
there wasn't any D at the end.
Yeah,
so.
that's okay.
Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. I am Alice Ledesma. I'm the Division Director at Washoe County Social Services. I am here to support Diane Nicolette, and I will take a brief moment of your time and not repeat what other people here have said about her, which is not typical for me. So, but I want to say that Dr. Dalpy and Sherry Waugh and Mr. Nicolette has said everything very eloquently, and I echo that. What I wanted to add was that a couple of things that stick out for me in my many years of working with Diane is her passion, commitment, and motivation to the school district. I have lived here all of my life. I went to school all the way through, graduated, and now my kids are going through all the schools here. And so the school district is very important to me. And Diane has personified that importance for all of the boards and service that we have spent together. And she is tenacious in her rightness about the things that she finds to try to get at, and the fairness when she serves. And one of the things that struck me was when we got the list of all of the candidates and I read all of those applications, was her enthusiasm for the number of people that applied and the qualifications of those people. And because it wasn't not only her service, but the people that she surrounds herself with, and she was excited about how many people were there and their qualifications, and I echo that. There's a lot of people in this room that are well qualified. I believe she's the best candidate just because of that passion and the service that we've had together, and I know that she will be a good choice, and I appreciate your the decision that you have to make, but I think that if you go back through and listen to the comments and look at her application, I think that that decision will be a little easier. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Dr. Harbeck? Welcome.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to the board. And since this is an open meeting, I've got two agendas or two comments. My first one, I'm a retired educational administrator from TMCC. I have really had some great experiences, and the first person I would like to recognize is Estela Gutierrez. And because she and I did a lot of work together, I have a great deal of respect, and I say to you as you leave the board here very shortly, my best to you, and thank you for all of the good years of service you've given to all of us. Secondly, and more importantly why I'm here, is to support the candidacy of another good colleague, a good friend, and that is Dr. Diane Nicolette. The things, I'm not going to repeat a lot of what's been said. She's an outstanding, amazing individual. But I'm going to talk more along the personal side. My wife and I moved into Reno back in 2002. And when on my first week of work at TMCC, other than the people who interviewed me for the job, the very first person who sought me out to welcome me was Diane Nicolette. That welcome is something that I have observed in her wherever she is, wherever she does not know or have a mean bone in her body, and she's out front, whether it's at school or at the university, at the college,
now in her work at the Discovery Museum, watching her and how she is functioning on that particular board. She is just, for me, an amazing individual who welcomes those that she's around. This sense of welcome also comes when I start looking at some of the experiences that she's had. She and I have had a similar experience. I didn't see it on her resume, and that was after I retired from TMCC, I decided I wanted to substitute. And I wanted to go back to where I started, and that was not in elementary education many years ago. And I substituted in the Washoe County School District, and I learned so much about each school that I went into. And I come back to this welcome. The welcome when you walk in a door at a new school that comes when the teachers welcome you, when the principal welcomes you. You feel like you're a part of that, and you're going to be a much better and a more effective substitute teacher. Diane served in that role as she and her husband Mark were raising their 3 children. She was in the substitute arena, and that to me says a whole lot, because there's so much that you can learn and so much that we can give back and the students can give to us, but it all comes back to the welcome and how much you feel a part of that particular school. The other thing that I would mention to you is this whole issue that I see in Diane. Number one, she's a true leader, but she's also, in the process of leading, she's a consensus builder. She brings diverse populations together. She comes together with consensus, and she'll work with just about everybody. That's a part of her mission.
And Dr. Harbeck, you need to wrap it up.
Okay.
Please.
I thank you for this opportunity to have shared these comments with you. I sincerely hope that you give strong consideration to Dr. Nicolette. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ada G. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Ada G., and I'd like to thank all of you for allowing me to speak today on behalf of Angie Taylor, or Dr. Taylor. I came to the University of Nevada in 1993 to become the head coach of the women's basketball program. The reason I chose this opportunity was because of Angie, as well as Dr. Joe Crowley. But in Angie, I saw an incredibly fearless leader, someone who had such passion for what she was doing, tremendous compassion for people, a great understanding of how to bring people together in the community to support women's athletics, as well as all of the coaches in the women's program. And there are many people I know that advocate that for this position, you need a K through 12 background and that skill set. I really believe that while you have tremendously qualified and wonderful candidates, Angie stands out alone at the top because of her experience. Many people will say, has she been in the school system? Has she taught? No. I came to take my first head coaching position, and many coaches will look at their administrators and ask, have they coached? Do they know what that is like on a day-to-day basis? What we encounter within our own programs, within the wonderful setting of a university, within a tremendous community. She had never coached, but she certainly knows how to lead. And while she'd never coached a sports team, she had been a student athlete, and she was our coach. She led us through a tremendous time. I can honestly say, I think the morale in the women's athletic department has never been stronger. She sought support in our community and was able to gain tremendous respect for our women's teams. We were given $1 million gift for women's basketball. We were given many other gifts from philanthropists in the community, and it was because of their belief in her. She is an amazing human being. She has the highest level of integrity of anyone I have met, and she is fearless. This is a woman who, while facing adversity, as a woman leading a Division I sports program, administratively. She had tremendous things that she had to face and overcome. She stood tall, which gave us tremendous confidence. Not only did she stand tall, but she did it with tremendous grace and skill. She is a person that will really bring glue to any organization. She is a team player, but just a tremendous advocate for education. Our sports programs were out in the community because of Angie. We went to elementary schools. We went to at-risk middle schools to use our opportunity, because we were so blessed, to hopefully inspire young people, because that's what Angie does. She loves to inspire everyone around her. Tremendous leader, fabulous person, and I hope she's the newest member of our board. Thank you.
Thank you. Kay Harbeck. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Kay Harbeck, and I've known Diane Nicolette for over 10 years. It is obvious that you have some very qualified candidates to choose from today. But I'd like to give you 3 reasons why I think Diane is the most qualified. She's a good listener and connects with people. My husband and I held a Meet the Candidate party 2 years ago when she was running for this office. And everyone there, after meeting her, felt she was extremely qualified, very knowledgeable, and was an excellent candidate. Some were so impressed that they wanted to go door to door to campaign for her, which they did. Which leads me to the next point, which has already been talked about, and the fact that she lost by only 1%. I can't help but feel a little guilty and wish that we volunteers would have knocked on a few more doors, because if we would have, I truly feel she would have been elected and we would not be having this meeting today. The third and final point is her qualifications. Most of us in this room that have advanced degrees secured them when we were young and before our careers started. Diane secured some degrees while she was young and then spent 30 years in her career. Since she is always up for a challenge and wants to have the latest and greatest and newest information and the most tools, so to speak, in her repertoire, in her field, she pursued her doctorate in her 50s while working full-time at TMCC. She earned her doctorate at 58. That, to me, says a great deal. So she has not only is up for challenges, her personal challenges, you as a board are going to have some tremendous challenges. And I think with her ability, her personality, and having the latest tools in education under her belt, I really believe she is by far the best candidate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lynn Atchison. Welcome.
Thank you. President Clark, trustees, my name is Lynn Atchison, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of Angie Taylor. I speak to you today as one who has had and continues to have a great deal of interest in the success of our district. I am a former teacher, taught at Traynor Junior High School, a founder along with Ron Jeffrey during our days at Harrah's of the Adopt a School program. As you may recall, Harrah's was the first in adopting a high school, Hug High School. My husband and I attended all Washoe County schools, as have our children and our 4 grandchildren. I suspect that after a couple days of public comment, you have heard and learned a great deal about Angie Taylor. I will ask for your indulgence to learn a little bit more about this highly qualified, competent woman. A person, with her mother's permission, I am enormously proud to call my daughter. Angie and I became acquainted when I worked at Harrah's in the late 80s. She had graduated from college and was working at the university. She was highly engaged in her community with an organization called the Northern Nevada Black Cultural Awareness Society. We worked together for several years on the annual Martin Luther King celebration. It was from this experience, as well as many others over the years, that I have come to know and appreciate her many talents and abilities. I have always marveled at her can-do attitude. I don't think I have ever heard her down or negative about anyone or anything. She's a team player, and if someone says it can't be done, she says, I'll find a way. One might question or wonder where all of this comes from. How has this woman, who has faced many challenges and obstacles, always overcome them and moved on? Angie's mother, Connie, must take the credit. She is true testimony of the difference an engaged, supportive parent can make in one's life, despite barriers, obstacles, or non-believers. She's instilled in her children that no matter how poor we are, no matter where we live, we can do whatever we want and be whatever we want to be. She had high expectations of her children. Angie knew she would meet or exceed those expectations. She knew she would not disappoint her mother. Connie moved here with 3 children to Reno in 1976. Angie was 12 and entered school at Traynor Junior High. From there it was Katie bar the door, I'm coming on. She excelled at high school and in the university, and has done great things. Angie says that when she lived in the projects in San Francisco, she never knew she was poor, never thought her horizons were limited, never doubted that she was as talented and gifted as the next person. I know there are many little Angies out there going to school every day. I hope Angie Taylor has the opportunity as a Washoe County School District trustee to show them that anything is possible. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Michael Randall.
Like handle with an R.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for another opportunity to come and stand with you. I've stood in the last few months before this body and before those in the public who are here today. Let me give kudos to Bishop Dupree, who was here a moment ago, Bishop Wynn, who is here now, and to all of our friends. I am here on behalf of Dr. Angie Taylor, asking that you would seriously consider her as a part of this board. Now, no doubt, considering the position and what is needed in the role, the individuals who you have all looked for have had at least 3 things: qualifications, experience, and background. But let me suggest that qualifications never make a decision. Experience can impact a decision, and background may help inform a decision. But none of those things actually make the decision. It's the individual. And what you're looking for in anything in leadership is someone who has some other things beyond just qualifications, experience, and background. And I believe those are some of the things that Angie has, and one of those is integrity. A person who is solid through and through. A person who's well known for making decisions based on truth before her and facts in her hands. A person who is dedicated, committed to a cause other than herself. I believe the achievement she's had in her life is not because she was trying to push herself up some type of ladder, but she believed it would open doors for her to make a difference. And then another one, I believe, is not only just integrity and experience, but character. And I believe her character is seen in the fact that she's born and raised in a little city like this and is able to make such a great impact on many lives. Lives across all kinds of barriers. I've had opportunities to experience and hear about who she is from many people at many walks of life. I've even had an opportunity to sit under her teaching. And for a African American Baptist pastor, that's a lot said. Because I'm very particular on who stands before me and teaches me. But I would sit under this woman any day. She's more than just qualified with character, experience, and background. She's got integrity, she's got the passion, and she's got everything else that would be needed to change what's needed on this board. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the cards I have. Is there anyone else that would like to speak at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment. Okay, next on our agenda is consent agenda. Do any of the trustees have any items they wish to have pulled?
I do not. Move to approve, Madam Chair. Am I on? Yeah. Move to approve, Madam Chair.
I second.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion passes. Okay, next on our agenda are our interviews and selection of replacement for Trustee Ayazi, Board of Trustees, District E. I want to go ahead, Mr. Drake, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Clark, Trustees, Interim Superintendent Davis, Mr. Hy Carlson. Joined at the table here by Chief Human Resources Officer Don Huckabee. We are before you for the interviews and selection of District E trustee, replacement for former trustee Ayazi. On October 28th, 2014, this board scheduled 2 meetings to complete this process. The first meeting was held last Thursday, November 13th. The board reviewed 17 applications for the position. The board selected, through balloting process, 5 finalists. And today is the day that you scheduled to interview and select the candidate, select the replacement. Last Thursday, November 13th, you discussed and decided upon a process to do this. Trustees submitted individual questions to my office and President Clark. Those questions will be placed here in front of the candidate, each candidate, as you ask the questions. This will remain right here, so it's for reference for each candidate.
The public can't hear you. Just if you could, yeah.
I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. So the questions are on this laminated sheet for reference by the candidates as you ask your questions. The candidates will be selected in random order by President Clark. Ms. Batchelor, is that set up to be completed?
Yes.
Okay. And the remaining candidates will be asked to gather in the East Conference Room while the first candidate is being interviewed, so as to not have an unfair advantage, and are asked to not use electronic communications to gather any advantages. There will be each candidate will be offered the opportunity to introduce themselves for 3 minutes, and then 6 questions will follow, followed by a brief closing for the candidate. It's expected to last. Each interview is expected to last approximately a half hour. And Ms. Huckabee is here to. Are there any questions about that? First of all,
Can you be a little bit more clear as far as the questions that none of the trustees have previewed these questions?
yes, yeah. The questions were, as we indicated, submitted individually by the trustees to my office and to President Clark. They were not shared with the other trustees until just before this meeting to protect the process and allow each trustee to have their own input by way of each question and without the review of the other trustees. You just received a copy of the other questions just before this meeting took place. So any other questions about that?
And also, can you expand on
No, go ahead.
I'm
'Cause
sorry,
I was
President.
going to say that the trustees are allowed to ask a follow-up question.
Yes.
We're going to, I'll try to maintain this within the half an hour period. We'll have 15-minute break, and if we run over, we can use that. Trustee Gutierrez.
Thank you, President Clark. Also, if we could just be clear on the guidelines that we have in front of us as far as the questions and attributes. Did you want to go over that?
Yes, Ms. Huckabee, do you want to go over that real quick?
About the questions?
Yeah,
and
the
such?
Not the questions, but just the attributes.
Yes, absolutely. And so the trustees selected questions to be asked. For the confidentiality of the process, that's why everything is coming together right now for everyone to view, just so that those questions remain confidential until this process, and that's just for the integrity of the process. For each of the questions, we've developed some attributes or kind of look-fors. That's to help guide the trustees in the responses. And the trustees each have a note taker in front of them where they can take notes on the answers that are provided from each of the candidates as you're hearing from them. So it's a wonderful opportunity to be able to hear from each of the candidates on the responses, but for the trustees to remember all of these documents, please do become a part of public record. So please keep that in mind as you're taking the notes. And I just want to, as we go into these questions, give a little background. I know that we're trying to limit this to about 30 minutes. And for equity in the process, I think it's important to let each of the candidates know that it is about 30 minutes that they have. That way they can gauge their responses accordingly as they're going through. Towards the end, if there's a way that we could give a reminder, Randy, to say like there's 5 minutes left, that lets candidates know that they need to be wrapping up. In terms of asking follow-up questions, we ask that those be clarifying questions so that you're not leading candidates in responses, but you're giving them an opportunity to clarify if you need additional information about those responses. And we ask that you try to make sure that you're getting through all the questions. So if it seems like it's getting long, you may have to move forward with the next question just to make sure that all candidates are asked the questions. And for trustees, that may mean asking follow-up questions then at the end if there's time available as well. So just keep that in mind with your time limits for each candidate. You'll be asking a set of questions. It will be the same for each of the candidates that you're hearing from today. And there are certain things that we want to just make sure that we're not asking each of the candidates. There are a set of prohibited areas that are prohibited because of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, where we want to make sure that there is no discrimination in our employment practices, which includes our selection process today. And the trustees were provided with that. We will not disqualify any candidates and ask questions around disabilities, age, so we won't ask about any follow-up questions about age or how old are your children or when did you graduate from high school. We won't ask about birthplace or citizenship, national origin, marital status, gender, family status, race, color, religion, military service, or political or philosophical views. None of those would disqualify any candidate from serving on our board.
I think those questions are allowed to be asked at political, not that we would be asking them, but I think for political candidates, you can ask those questions.
Well, you would just want to be careful that you're not asking questions that might cause someone to feel they're being unfairly judged, so it doesn't matter if they're a Democrat or a Republican, for example. Those kinds of things that really should not be a part of the decision on whether someone's qualified to be on the board.
Trustee Gutierrez.
Madam Chair, I was just wondering, we're asking our own question, correct?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Yes. Any other questions? And from anybody, Trustee Ruggiero?
So the order of the questions that were put in, I want to make sure that each question is given its fair share of time. So will we go in this order as they're numbered now? And because what if we're giving more time, say, to question 1 than we would be to question 5? How can we make sure that that's...
Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 questions and 5 minutes for beginning and end. So I'm sure there's math majors, 7 and 2.
Approximately 4 minutes
Approximately 4 minutes a question. And the onus is not just, it's also on the candidate. The candidate's also got to be able to, you know, if there's something they want to take 1 minute on versus something that they want to take 5 minutes on, and we'll give you a moment at the beginning that won't be part of the clock to read through all the questions so you have an idea in case there's something that you feel is less important to you and something that's more important that you want to spend more time on, but realizing that you have approximately 4 minutes for each question and a 3-minute introduction and a 2-minute roundup at the end. Trustee Gutierrez.
Do we have a visual clock anywhere by any chance?
Yeah, that'd be good.
That would help.
We have one right over there. Are we going to use the board docs one, Ms. Batchelor, or are we going to use that one over there?
It's probably better to use
Okay.
that one right now.
Okay.
So we'll set that at 30 minutes?
Yep.
Okay.
That'd be very helpful.
And do we have any other questions for Mr. Drake or Ms. Huckabee?
Thank you.
Okay, so let me pull the first, where am I pulling from? Oh.
And could we get a
So we,
5-minute
yeah,
bathroom
we
break?
will, but I just want to,
Could we have a?
so we
Can
know.
Yes.
Let's take a
we will.
5-minute break first before we pick, so
Okay.
there's not an extra time period for the first person to.
All right, we can do that. We also need to set up water. So 5-minute break. And staff is going to escort the rest of you down to the East Conference Room.
I was really looking forward to spending time.
Okay, Diane, you can come up and have a seat. And we'll just, you have the questions in front of you. Welcome. Go ahead and sit down. Have a
Could
seat.
somebody shut the back door?
Yeah, it's kind of noisy.
And we'll just give you a couple minutes to read through the questions before we start, or a minute or two.
May I read the questions as we move along, rather than fill my head with them right now?
Absolutely, whatever way makes you most comfortable.
Thank you.
Are you ready? You tell us when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, we're going to start the clock.
Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. And now you have 3 minutes introduction that you can tell us about yourself.
Thank you for this opportunity. I feel like I've practiced for this for a very long time. And it's an honor to be here. And of course, I am very nervous, but I'm also very excited. There are very few subjects I would rather discuss than education. Maybe my children and grandchildren, but that probably would only be of interest to me at this point, so I will not go there. You have my vita, you have everything that you needed to know a little bit about me. So I thought I'd do some storytelling for this first 3 minutes. I feel like I've done a little bit of everything. Why did I even want to get a PhD happened way back when I was in high school. And I was put in a developmental reading course. And I felt stupid. And I didn't really know what it meant, other than I had to go do this. And voila, one day I woke up and I could read and write, and I could comprehend much better than before. And it was at that point that I said, I can do this. I'm going to get as high a degree as I possibly can, not knowing at the time what that meant. Voila, 58 years old, I received that PhD. It's been a lifelong endeavor. I like to say that I took my time, I stayed home with family, and it has taken me a lot of classes to get this smart. And then as far as why I would really want to do this, growing up with my children, I was very fortunate to be a stay-at-home mom. Extremely fortunate. It was a decision that my husband and I made. Therefore, our vacations were buying donuts and going to the park and feeding the ducks. We ate the donuts, they ate the stale bread. And I got to have some fun with my children in ways that I feel today a lot of moms and fathers don't have. I put my education on hold for that reason, so I could be with our children. I spent a lot of time in PTO and PTA, and in 1987 won a Volunteer of the Year award in Colorado for setting up some programs. One of them I'm very proud of, and we put together a little folio for volunteer moms and dads. Most of them were mothers, but there were a few fathers, so that they could take this folio with them, because I knew back then that volunteerism is education in and of itself. Maybe formal, but very hands-on and just as important as any kind of education you would receive. Lived in Colorado, thought that was a little too middle white class, and it's funny how thoughts turn into reality, and I thought, I've got to do some changes for my kiddos. It's a wonderful environment, but it was a little sterile, a little safe. We moved to St. Louis, Missouri, introduced busing into our family, which was a gift beyond belief. That is when my children developed a rich and strong understanding of difference and sameness. I could go on about that experience. It was absolutely marvelous. Then came to Reno. It was time to work on the PhD. And I've been afforded many luxuries here. Most of them have to do with education. Other than my family and friends, most of them have to do with education, and I feel very blessed. So having said all that.
And I'll go ahead and have Trustee Mayer ask the first question, please.
Yes. Do you or don't you support the Common Core curriculum? Why or why not?
I do support a Common Core curriculum. I made that decision when I started reflecting on my children's education. We went from Colorado to Missouri, back to Nevada. There was no cohesion. Great things happened in education with my children, but there was no cohesion. I'm very excited about the critical thinking component, but even more than that, I'm very excited that our students from across the United States can take skills, concepts, ideas, practices, theory with them no matter where they go. It will never always be the same, and it shouldn't. But for our students to have a common core of knowledge and abilities and ways about thinking about things, many different ways to expose children. It's not a curriculum. Common Core is not a curriculum. Common Core is a philosophy, it's a theory, it's an approach to education. Within the Common Core, there are certainly going to be curricular adaptations. Smarter Balanced has done a great job and continues to move forward with figuring out what that should be. Literacy is in the forefront. Math is just kind of coming on board. We're hitting some milestones. One of the most recent research data shows that when we think about Common Core, when we think about language and literacy and math, that our students have a lot of work to do. And I have great faith in our systems. I have great faith in our teachers that we can make this happen. It's going to be a lot of work. I worry about the time. I worry about the money.
Thank you. Trustee Gutierrez.
Hi, Dana. What are the 3 questions that you would ask a candidate for district superintendent? What would you hope to learn about the candidate from their responses?
Brilliant question.
That's going to be a big one.
Yes, it is. whether I sit at the table or not, I was sat through all of former Superintendent Martinez's interviews, and I learned a lot. I would hope to learn that the person has integrity, that they have a deep love of education, and that they don't know it all, and that they will know how to surround themselves with the people, the experts that they need to do a good job. Questions. I like some personal flavor, and so I'd want to know a little bit about their experiences in education, because I think we bring those experiences with us, and being able to understand how a person felt about their education, what they maybe saw as their strengths, their weaknesses, the gaps, what kind of support they had, what kind of support now that they're an adult and have the knowledge that hopefully they would need to be a superintendent, what they would need to do and how they can help children, families, and the community and their employees. And I'd really like to be able to have, and this doesn't seem to be able to happen, to be able to have a deep discussion about what they believe about education, what they believe about how children learn, what they believe is the role of the parents and the community. Too often I think we brush over that too quickly. And then third, I'd like to know about their political savvy. Because although we have to be careful, we have to have some political savvy about us. We have to be advocates. And I would want to hear some stories, again, some stories about their advocacy experience, what they know about it, their strengths and weaknesses as an advocate, and how they begin the process to become an informed advocate.
Thank you.
Bit.
Trustee McClary?
What thoughts do you have regarding the district's existing strategic plan, and do you think it adequately addresses closing achievement gaps?
Wow. Okay, here we go. I continue to believe that the strategic plan is comprehensive and has many elements that are strong, worthy, and that we should continue to pursue. All 5 of our goals, I think, are very strong. I also know that they're very complex. I also know that we have identified outcomes and measures. Having said that, because it is so complex, and because we do have 63,000 students, and we do have 8,000 employees, and we do have 93 schools and the charter schools, it becomes very problematic to monitor, to efficiently and effectively monitor if it's successful. I'm going to look down at this again. Closing achievement gaps is such a broad term, and we have such a diverse community. We have diverse areas, and within our areas we have diversity within the areas. It's not like one area is very similar and then this area is different, but it's very similar. There is a mix that is very exciting and yet very challenging, and closing the achievement gaps is not something that you do quickly, it's something you do over time. I think that we've hit some of the low-hanging fruit with our graduation rates. I don't say that as an insult, I say it as a fact. I think the work now really begins to, if you pardon the pun, hit that fruit that's up high. And it's going to take a collective like we have never seen before to be able to do that. And when I say collective, I mean everybody in our community who has anything to give. And it's going to be a lot of work, but I think that's the fun part. A lot of work, but the fun part. So, do you think it adequately addresses? I do. I think that there's elements in the strategic plan that adequately address it. But that's just one component. That's just one component. It's adequate. Is it enough? No. And we will continue to grow that.
Trustee Luzier?
Yes. honored to ask you this question, Dr. Nicolette. District E is very diverse economically, academically, geographically, and in many other areas. What do you think are the main challenges in District E, and what would you want to accomplish as the representative on the school board?
First and foremost, what comes to my mind is the challenge of parent engagement, parent involvement. The only way, I believe, to truly fill gaps is to bring people together so that we have a common understanding. We're not going to all think alike, heaven forbid. We're not going to all act alike. But we can, at the very least, have a common goal. And I've thought a lot about this. I would like to see some trustee-held forums. Now, my goodness sakes, add more to the plate of a volunteer it might be just a bit much to ask. Having said that, you may have to let a few things go. Maybe 1 week you don't go to 3 high schools and 2 elementary schools for the activities, which of course is really the fun part, but maybe you give up some time to do some open forums because we've got to get some more input. The one thing I really liked about Envision 2015 was there was a concerted effort to get community input on all levels. We, of course, wanted to have more. You always want more. But I think we need to get back to that in some simple and basic ways. District E is a wonderful district that has many miles to it. Of course, not quite like Trustee Gutierrez, but it's a big one. I would want to accomplish bringing the district together to have a common understanding. Having said that, I know that District D is just 1 vote out of 7. Having said that, when you sit at the table, your vote not only represents your constituents in your district, but you represent the collective. And sometimes that's very difficult to bring together. Therein lies some of the hard work and yet some of the joy. I guess the biggest main challenge is our infrastructure. Boy, we seem to have run out of money for schools. Our teachers continue to go to school every day and educate our students, our principals, our area superintendents, our bus drivers. But our infrastructure is a little overburdened, and I worry about that, not only in District E, but in every district. Okie dokie.
The next one is mine. If as a trustee you're ultimately responsible to the taxpayers for all outcomes in the school district as their representative, what is the difference between management oversight and management interference?
I have learned this lesson, let me tell you. I know exactly what it ain't and what it is. Anybody who's put their toes in the water of service on any level, especially one where you vote for the public and you got a camera on you and you got the press that wanting to talk to you and you step in it time after time after time. It's important. I'm a John Carver proponent, and basically what that means is policy governance. And if you can constantly remind yourself about your policy and your procedure, and this Board of Trustees has some good sound policy and procedure. And if you constantly go back to that and continue to have the difficult discussions that I've heard you have time and time again, you can stay at the 30,000-foot view, to use a trite statement. The challenge with that is, though, in order for a trustee to really understand the business, the work, you have to get in the weeds a little bit, because you need to know what questions to ask. I will tell you that former trustee Ayazi was very good at that, and I learned a lot from listening to him. He was able to have a 30,000-foot view, but yet ask this weed question that was very relevant. without interfering but moving the process forward. You got to be able to have someone who you love and trust say, Nicolette, I think you better step back on this one, because you don't sit at this table alone. You have to understand what's going on, but yet you have to be able to step outside of it to bring it together to make sense. And that's why there's 7 people at this table and a superintendent who is the executive director that helps inform you. Interference only if it's called for, and that's very, very seldom.
Logan?
Sorry, mine's a little wordy. In our district, one of our biggest goals is improving graduation rates. However, it seems that there is a problem of improving graduation rates without academic proficiency also improving, merely trying to get kids their diploma at any cost. Which do you think is more important, improving graduation rates or improving proficiency? Why?
You did wonderful. That's like saying, do you like your mom or dad better?
Better.
Would you rather die of brain cancer or, colon cancer? None of the above. Having said that, there's something that I would like to do here, and I have notes because our illustrious press is in the back, and if you don't have the data written down, you might fumble, and then you don't look so good. Fumbling is never good, especially if it goes in the newspaper or media. So often we talk about our school system being broken. I do not believe that for 1 minute. I think it's overloaded. It's maybe a little too burdened. But I do not believe that it is broken. And I just want to give these numbers. They're really pretty cool. They come from Back to School 2014 statistics, which is the National Center for Educational Statistics. Okay? Very well respected. Deep, rich history of data collection and interpretation. Did you know that K through 12, there are 49.8 million students? There are 13,600 school districts. There are 98,000 schools, 5,700 charter schools, and that we spend $600 billion on education. Now, I have to say that I don't believe that's a system that's broken. I think that we have a system that's very complex, that is dedicated to doing what's right. One of our challenges, I truly believe, is that, and I referenced this in my application packet, and I will give the credit to Jamie Vollmer. We have given our teachers so much work to do. And it's not unlike what I hear in business. We hear doing more with less. I hear, yeah, okay, Nicolette's going to quit. Now who's going to do her job? I guess we're going to do her job. And we've got this new Sigma 6 program that we're taking on. And we're doing this, and we're doing that. And before you know it, we're so burdened that we lose sight of what we really want to do and why we want to do it. Now, having said that, we do this all for good reasons, because we know that the challenges of our students and our educational systems haven't changed. It's just growing. We have poverty. We have technology as a challenge. I've heard you talk about that. And should every high schooler have an iPad? Where does that money come from? Who's going to teach them? When are the teachers going to have to learn how to use that integrated system? We know that safety is a huge issue. So henceforth, we provide teachers with programs and more work. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying I recognize the challenge. We know that No Child Left Behind was really a big burden. Now, having said that, that hasn't changed. It goes way back to A Nation at Risk, back in the mid-'80s, when we discovered some things about education. We really started talking about data and data-driven and making sense of data. And so when you ask about improving graduation rates without academic proficiency, I say that's not a good thing. And I would add to that, so let's say we had a 100% graduation rate. I would ask this question: graduate to what? And I think that's a very, very important question. Every child by name and face to graduation is a wonderful goal, and it's why we're here. Again, we need to ask to what? We now live to be 75, 85, 95. So we know that education, I saw that, education is paramount. And there's many different levels and forms of education. We have to continue, and Washoe County School District is doing this, to create a variety of pathways. I firmly believe, this lady here who talked about IEPs, I firmly believe that from the moment a child enters the education system, they should have an IEP. Every child has a special need. Every child has a unique way of learning, a unique way of contributing. I would like every child to have an individualized education plan from day one. Let me go back to the question, Logan. A problem of improving graduation rates without academic proficiency. You know, academic proficiency is kind of one of those terms that when I think about it, I think, well, how do we assess academic proficiency? And we have a myriad of assessment tools. And I'm for assessment, but I'm not for assessment to the point where it takes away from the real work. We need to discover how children learn, what they're learning, how they can use it, what their gaps are, what their strengths are. Well, we can't hang our hat all on academic proficiency. I originally was a little skeptical about the college and career ready. And I actually went to my big boss, President Maria Sheehan, and I said, you know, I have a little trouble with this. Let's talk about this. And we talked for quite a while about this thing called college and career ready. And one thing she helped me see that I hadn't really thought about, and all my work with the Council for Career and Technical Education, you'd think that this would not have been a revelation, but it was, is that it doesn't matter what pathway you take. You need this set of skills, Common Core, that you can take with you on either or both pathways, or a third pathway, the military, which of course is a career, all different pathways. I really want us to get good at honing in on that college and career ready, and I think Common Core is the way to do it. I do worry, though, about overburdening our teachers with this new thing called Common Core. We have to figure out a way, if we're going to put something on their plate that we decide is really important, then we got to take something off. We have to do that. Nobody wants to take good stuff off their plate. We're coming up on Thanksgiving. Nobody wants to do that. You want the sweet potatoes and the ham and the turkey, and we all want that. But we're going to need to make some tough decisions and take some things off our plate. What's on the plate of our teachers is also on the plates of our students. And that's not good either. If it's not good for the students, it's not good for the teachers, vice versa. Let me look at this one more time, Logan. Improving graduation rates or improving proficiency, both. We need to do both. They need to come together as a unit. You can't take away one and expect the other to thrive. They need to come together. They work together in tandem.
Okay.
Done with that question? I just want to make sure before I move on.
I'm really proud of myself. I can pontificate. Ask these people that are back here.
That wasn't what I was.
I know you weren't.
Not at all. I just wanted to not jump in when you were still thinking on
Yes.
something. Okay. So is there anything further you wish to know about why you wish us to know about why you should be selected as a trustee?
If you would give me 1 minute to wrap up, I went very quickly. And you were very respectful about letting me continue because I know you were cognizant of time. Thank you for that. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me that relates to what I discussed? Any burning questions that you may have? All right. What else would I like you to know? I have the time and the energy to do this. I have the desire and I have the will. I am very seasoned with governance. Having said that, the reason I'm so seasoned is I've made many mistakes. And that's the truth. I've learned some very hard lessons, and I've had some absolutely incredible teachers and continue to have these teachers to this day. This is going to sound kind of simple, and you may say, well, goodness sakes, we need you to do more than try, but I really want to try this. And how can you really know? Someone says, well, you think you'll be good at it? And all these wonderful people behind me said she'll be the best and she's good. I hope so. But do I know? I won't know until I try. And I really want to try. And I don't give up easy when there's work to be done. It's on my plate until it's done, and it's done right. And I do the homework. And I respect my constituents. I'm not afraid to ask tough questions. I once had an OSHA inspector, Orville. OSHA, have you ever dealt with OSHA?
Oh my God.
He called me a breath of fresh air. Yeah, OSHA inspector. On the other side of that, my colleagues, several of who are in this room, refer to me as the devil's advocate. So you see, that may sound conflicted, but it's really a well-balanced individual who can be happy to serve and be part of the team, and yet not be afraid to ask a friend and a colleague a tough question. That's the fun part, actually. So whoever sits at that seat, I just got to tell you, I'm not going anywhere. I maybe shouldn't say that, because if you want to keep me, you'll put me in it, but I'm not going anywhere. Whether I sit at District E seat or not, I will continue to serve Washoe County School District as long as they will have me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, trustees, you can, if you so desire, make your notes that you want to remember for when we get to our consideration portion of this. We don't need to, I'll just give you 5 minutes or so. Does anybody need any more time, or do we want to move on to the second?
I would just like to ask that there was a lot of distraction with people coming in and out, and so I'm not sure if we have the overflow room still open, but I don't think it's fair to the candidates to have that background noise of the door opening and closing. If we could have a staff person outside once we get started with the interview, that we're directing people into the overflow area, just because it was distracting in the beginning, and that our papers are settled and we're focused on the candidates so we can give them our best attention. They deserve that. So
Okay, we'll do that.
Probably part and parcel of every board meeting, but we can give that a go. And are there many more people outside that want to come in? Okay. Is everybody ready to?
I'm ready
what?
for the second candidate.
What are you pointing at?
Diane was going to ask a question.
Do I need to read?
Does she need to leave now?
I think you can stay. Okay, I'll pull the next name. Mr. Ladone.
Still
What did she do?
Oops. I'm gonna get the advantage. Oh, me.
I just put mine on airplane mode. Huh? God, no, I'm not taking the test. Wait, I'm taking the ECG again. Scoring. Thank you. That's all I like to just like my kids.
Hi, welcome.
Hello, thank you.
Go ahead and have a seat, and I'll give you a minute or two if you'd like to review the questions, and then you just let us know when you're ready to start.
Thank you.
Not that it'll make a difference.
Does my old phone have
You still get it, it just doesn't make the buzz.
I learned something. Thank you.
God. Yeah, we all resigned and everything.
We going in the order?
Yes, we will be going in order.
Okay.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, we're going to set the clock for 30 minutes, and you can kind of judge where you're at. And we'll go ahead, and would you like to give us some opening remarks or tell us about yourself?
I'll be brief with the opening remarks. My name is Carlos Ladone. I live in District D. I have three young children that are in the system right now. I have one that will be there in another year and a half. I've been involved with the community since I was a young man. I started helping tutoring when I was a young man in high school as a tutor on homework hotline for the Clark County School District. I continued that when I went to Nevada. I became a tutor there, became senator, student body president, involved with the presidential search. I went on to get into the construction industry. I was in the middle of the biggest boom that we've seen in this town and also the biggest hit in the recession. And I was gainfully employed through the tough times, and that says a lot. In the toughest industry, in the hardest hit community, against one of the toughest competitors, I did a good job. I'm passionate about education. I love sitting here right now. I really enjoy the people that I'm looking at, and I don't feel like the target's on. So I look forward to answering your questions. I think you've written some great questions here. It took me a minute to go through them to make sure I was understanding them correctly, but I'm ready for them. I'd love to add to this board.
Great. Trustee Mayor.
Do you or don't you support the Common Core curriculum? Why or why not?
Can I be a little bit funny with that?
Sure.
Okay. Do you want me to answer on the intent of the Common Core or the way it's currently being taught?
Both.
Okay, I'll start with the first. Well, there's nothing wrong with having a Common Core curriculum, that the foundation that everybody can build on. We have to have an expectations for what the teachers can, with the expectation on what a student should be able to have as his knowledge base when he comes out of first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade. You see all the times on the internet where they show 15 plus 13 and they show an 86-step problem, and that's not the intent of Common Core, I don't believe. The intent of Common Core is to have a basis and a foundation for teachers to build on that is going to encourage the students to have higher level thinking. Higher level thinking, what does that mean? Anybody can Google who the first, second, third, fourth, fifth president is. But do you know the difference between, can you compare and contrast the first president and the 17th? Do you understand why the 17th president was important in our history? Those are the things that Common Core, I believe, is the intent. And so, yes, I do support Common Core. Common Core that's being taught in certain ways where a teacher says, we're already teaching Common Core, and you don't see children that have higher level of learning. They're not getting it. They're memorizing facts. They just understand that a triangle is a half time base times height, but they don't understand why. That's not Common Core. That's what do you want to say, the for lack of a better, I mean, I have a very nasty term, but it's the bastardization of Common Core. You don't want a student taking an hour to solve 6 plus 4. But if you've examined and you've understood and you've taught students that, we have base 10, we have base 100, and they have the higher level understanding about why the numbers do what they do, so that you're not just saying 15 plus 15 is 30 because 5 plus 5 is 10, carry the 1 plus 1 plus 1 is 3. You understand that you have 10 plus 10 is 20, 5 plus 5 is 10, and you've got different digits and the reason we count. I think that's truly what we need to teach students. We have to have that higher level of understanding of everything they're learning, not just mathematics, but the way that they read, the way they understand literature, history, all of it. And I think that's the intent of the Common Core, and I think that if we get back to that and truly have the correct intent and properly give the correct professional development to our teachers and good academic coaching, that they'll be able to do a great job with that core understanding.
Okay, Trustee Gutierrez.
Thank you, Carlos. What are three questions that you would ask a candidate for district superintendent? What would you hope to learn about the candidate from their responses?
I don't want to discredit any of the other questions, but this was the one I was probably preparing for the most. I think that's the most important part about this board, is that the board is going to have the decision-making process for the next superintendent. And so one of the things that I'd want to find out from the superintendent is, does the superintendent believe in the strategic plan that's already in place? Are we going to come and reinvent the wheel, bring in another Kickstarter and say, we want to know what your agenda is, we're going to follow your lead? Or are you coming in to look at our agenda, look at our strategic plan, and stand behind it and follow it? So the first one would be, do you agree with the direction of the strategic plan? And I'll have a chance to answer that later as well. Do you have that? And what I would hope to understand is he a team player? Is she a team player that is going to come in and lead the staff, lead the teachers, somebody that they're going to stand behind, that can see the vision and roll with what we have in the strategic plan already? Or is it going to be somebody that wants to be a trendsetter? I read Good to Great. Many of you have read Good to Great. We need someone in here that's going to be the hedgehog that does something very good over and over and over again, so that we can continue to grow our accountability, so we can continue to professionally develop our teachers, so that we continue to get graduation rates up. And we need someone that's going to do the same thing good over and over and over again and do it very, very well. We don't need someone that's going to be this star Kim Kardashian, come in and be all over the internet and in the news media. We really need somebody that's going to put their head down and work, and that's what we need here, is someone that's going to work. So that would be the first question. The second question is, how are they going to secure funding for a district that severely needs adequate funding? Because if we're serious about talking about professional development, that takes money. If we're serious about graduation rates and we're serious about getting the infrastructure and the capital in our capital monies for our schools, we have to find dollars. The public has already said no to 3. They've already said that that's not the way that they want dollars. Well, we still need dollars. We still need money for education, and we owe it to the community to go find those dollars. That would be the second piece, is how is he going to secure funding? How does he or she believe that they can secure funding? The third one is, where's their love of Nevada? I think there are very many qualified people in the nation that could probably come in and fill the role, but an important piece for me would be is, where's their heart? We really need a superintendent that's going to be here for the long term, not somebody that's going to step and it's as a stepping block. We've had superintendents come in, we've had professionals come in, and we need someone that's going to be here for the long term. If you really truly look at your Washoe County for 2015 and look at the strategic plan, we have a long ways to go, and we've only got a year left, and we're not there yet. We need somebody that's going to continue that plan and move into 2016, 2017, 2018, not reinvent the wheel, start over, go to 2017, then to 2018, find someone else in 2018, write another strategic plan, get to 2020, and now we're 10 years down the road and we still have 56% graduation rates. We're still at 3,700 graduating seniors. We haven't bridged the education gaps. We need someone that's here for the long term, and I think somebody that's invested in our community for the long term is what we need to look for as a quality for that position.
Thank you, Carlos.
Trustee McClure.
What thoughts do you have regarding the district's existing strategic plan, and do you think it adequately addresses closing achievement gaps?
No. To the second piece of adequately addressing achievement gaps, because it doesn't adequately address the appropriate funding necessary to make sure that we can close those achievement gaps, so that the teachers have the professional development they need, so that we have the right staff, so that we have right-sized classrooms. So no, I don't think it does, because it leaves out the economics piece. The rest of it, I do agree with. I think it's great to have the continuous academic success for every student, that we talk about every single student succeeding, every single student growing, and not looking at just the achievement, or not looking at their success rate, but actually what they're growing, their growth. The second piece of recruiting and supporting the highly effective professionals, that's the second piece. We need to have the greatest teachers in the United States. That would be something that I would stand by, is doing whatever it took to make sure that we had the greatest teachers, so that we were the model that other communities look for. The last piece of engaging families, I think it's important that we engage everybody. Across the board, one of the things that I heard from our new mayor was that she wants to revitalize the neighborhood communities, neighborhood committee meetings. I think that would be a great first step in combining what we're trying to do and what we want to do with all the communities and what she's trying to do. She's trying to re-engage the neighborhoods, re-engage the communities. What better way to do it than the future of their children? Valuing and strengthening the positive. We want our teachers to stay. We want our teachers to be here. We want our professionals to be here. We want them to want to return. We don't want them to find other educational avenues. When we recruit the best, we want to keep the best. When we train the best, we want to keep the best. The only way to do that is for them to believe that they have a board, a superintendent, the policy makers, the staff standing behind them to ensure that they're going to be allowed to teach, and they're going to be allowed to do what they can in the classroom for what's best for that group of students in that class. If they really believe that they have the backing and the support from the board, they'll flourish. They won't worry about funding. They won't worry about stepping on someone's toes. They won't worry about, is this really core curriculum? You call it whatever you want. If a teacher's succeeding, then they're an effective teacher. If they're not succeeding, they're not an effective teacher. And if we can stand behind all our teachers, I think that would be a huge step in the correct direction. So to answer it succinctly, I think the strategic plan is a very good plan. I think there are some pieces of it, the fiscal responsibility pieces of it, that would need to be added or articulated in a better way on how we can secure the correct funding to ensure that we can do the things that we want in those 4 goals.
Trustee Ruggiero.
Well, thank you for being here, and I'm honored to ask this question. District D is very diverse, economically, academically, geographically, and in many other areas. What do you think are the main challenges in District E, and what would you want to accomplish as the representative on the school board?
Can I answer it backwards?
You certainly can.
Well, the first thing that I want to accomplish is to make sure that everybody's voice was heard, because I really do believe that the District E is very diverse, academically, geographically. I've been in the board meetings where Dave Iazzi was asking me about rezoning, and he said, well, if I just split Somerset in half, would you be okay with that? And I answered yes. I said, I'm not here for Somerset. I'm not here for the uber wealthy or the uber poor. I'm here for exactly what the students need. What the students needed was a better learning environment, and some of that's happened. Did we do a rezoning? No. We came back to the board, and the recommendation, which was contrary to what I thought should happen, the community came back and said we need to leave it as is for now. And there's been some shifting. There's a new principal at Westergaard. There's been some reallocation of space, and I think they're doing a great job there. There's great teachers. My main concern with getting involved in that time period was to make sure that it brought the attention to what was going on in those classrooms. And so if we can continue to get feedback from all the diverse populations, I mean, I would love to go into a meeting with John Mayer or you, Lisa, and you say, we've got this parent and she speaks Spanish. We'd like to have a conversation about how we can reach out to get this gentleman to graduate from high school. And I would love to go in and have the conversation and say, look, I didn't even want to go to school when I was in high school. I had a lot of personal things going on in my life with my family, and I didn't even want to be there. But I had great teachers and people that stood behind me and pushed me and wanted me to succeed. And having those conversations in their language, speaking in Spanish to them where they can say, wow, this is a board member speaking to me in Spanish that really cares, understands my name. I think that's positive. You cannot go into this position expecting to keep everybody happy. The diverse population in District E is going to make that almost impossible. You have to decide to go in and do what's best not what's best. You have to go in there and try to do the right thing, is what I would say. The right thing isn't always the equitable thing. Sometimes it has to be fair. It's not always equitable. And so that would be the biggest challenge, is making sure that you could still meet the needs of the communities, for instance, of the Westergaards, where there's trigger points. If you have 60 ELL students, you get an A. Those trigger points where some of these schools that are in better shape economically aren't getting the support staff that they need because they're necessarily in an economically advantaged position. Or the opposite. You have a ton of money going to Title I schools, which is great. But you have schools that aren't getting money that are saying, why are they getting all these funding? So at some point, the biggest challenge in District E is figuring out economically how to distribute funds, the best way, the fairest way, the most equitable way.
Okay. If as a trustee you're ultimately responsible to the taxpayers for all the outcomes in the district as their representative, what is the difference between management oversight and management interference?
I'm sorry, I'm smiling because I'm a middle manager in my company, and you have responsibilities up the ladder, and you have responsibilities for the people that you work for. In this position, as a trustee, you have multiple responsibilities. You have responsibilities to the people in your district because you're the voice of the district. You have responsibility to the taxpayer, all the taxpayer, because you're spending everyone's funds, not just the ones that are in your district. And you have responsibility for fiscally managing the funds for the district in the best way possible. Now, is everybody going to agree with those ways? No. Do we need to have discussions about the sugar content in cranberry juice for lunches? I'm not sure that I'm passionate about that, but I am passionate about making sure that we have secured the right amount of resources for our schools. So if that means I have to take a hard line on things that would normally just be passed through or just rubber stamp, then maybe I have to. Maybe I have to be that voice that says, no, we're not going to spend 52 cents on pencils. We're only going to spend 50. And so I think that when you start looking at oversight and looking at the dollars that we're responsible for that every penny is spent the correct way. And so if we're responsible for that, then we need to make sure that we are truly reading the financial statements, truly reading where the dollars are being spent. And the management interference, that's all perspective. It's all point of view. Me saying we shouldn't spend dollars on pencils could be seen as interference, and the board wanting to interfere with the way that the teacher teaches their classroom. I need those pencils. I have a lesson that I do every November, and I need those pencils. Well, that might not necessarily fit in line with what we need to do to be fiscally responsible as a board. There's some tough decisions that have to be made. And I think that's where I would see the difference. I think we're ultimately responsible, and we need to be able to go home at night and sleep knowing that we did our best job managing every penny that the taxpayers entrusted us with.
Thank you. Mr. Carlson?
In our district, one of the biggest goals is improving graduation rates. However, it seems that there is a problem of improving graduation rates without academic proficiency also improving, merely trying to get kids their diploma at any cost. Which do you think is more important, improving graduation rates or improving proficiency, and why?
Proficiency. And I would say that that goes back to what I'm passionate about, is that we really need to start expecting more from our students, expecting more from our families. Just because somebody has a diploma doesn't mean that they're ready for the real world. Just because they have a diploma doesn't mean that they can even read. I mean, I have professional resumes that come into my office on a daily basis that I can't even read. I'm amazed that that's the level of professionals that are being sent out to the public to get jobs. We really need our students starting from day one, kindergarten, pre-K, whatever it takes, to start really reading content, really reading diverse, difficult text, so that they can start getting ready for reading technical documents when they go to a professional career, reading technical documents when they go to higher ed, being able to perform on the ACTs. Proficiency is more important than graduation rates. If we saw our academic growth and we saw the achievement gaps shrink, if we saw the achievement gaps shrink, we would see higher graduation rates. So if we're going to get proficiency and we're going to get these students to have a higher level of learning, the result of that will be higher graduation rates. You can't put the cart before the horse. We do not want to graduate students just because we want numbers, because we want data. We need to graduate students because they're prepared to go out in the world, and we're proud to say that they're Washoe County graduates.
We're down to our last question. Is there anything further you wish us to know about why you should be selected as a trustee?
I think you have all the information. The one point I made last meeting is that this still is a representative government. I appreciate all the feedback that has come from the community. There are a ton of great candidates. I've got nothing negative to say. I've known some of them for quite some time. But you want to look at what is best for the district, what is best for District E, what the District E is asking for, where the support is coming from. And I think that's important, because if you bring in a member of the board that isn't going to dance with you, I mean, I use that term because at some point, Trustee Ruggiero, you're going to have something that's very, very passionate, that you're passionate about, that you want to go through. And you and I are going to sit down and we're going to have lunch, and you're going to say, I need your support. I really want to get this through. And we're going to have a conversation, and I'm going to scratch my head and say, man, I don't know if that's a good idea. And we're going to have to figure out how to continue to work together when I sit at this table and I say no. And you love that. You're passionate about that, and I have to say no to it because I believe that it's not in our best interest. And when I talk about dancing, I talk about fulfilling some of the unfinished business that maybe Barbara Clark was passionate about, that she didn't feel like she got done yet. I'm certain that there's things that you still wanted to accomplish that you haven't had the opportunity to do. And I'd love to have those conversations. I know that you still smile, and I know you'd love to have a glass of wine and talk about what you didn't get done. The strategic plan that was signed by Dr. Morrison and was signed by then President Gutierrez is a good document. It's a very well thought out document. They spent a lot of time on it. Somebody that continue to work in that direction and not want to be the guy that does that, but be the gentleman that helps empower this next superintendent to pursue this plan, that's what you need. You need someone that's going to give the next superintendent all the tools in her power to succeed that we have available, and do it with all your might, all your power. Fight the legislature, go after the dollars, find every nook and cranny that you can go after so that we can implement this and we can actually see it come to light. Not just a document, but something that's actually that we're living. And that would be the last thing. I would love to sit up here with you guys every meeting. I look forward to it if you so choose.
Great, well, thank you. You do have
I've got
8
plenty
minutes
of
left
time.
if you want to, if there was any follow-up questions or anything else anybody had.
I actually had one more thing I wanted to add. You
Sure.
know, one of the questions I was preparing for was, you know, why do you want to be part of the board and the 3 candidates? And the preparation was I wanted to be part of the board because I think it's extremely important that when we select the next superintendent. You know, when I was on the presidential search committee, Howard was on there, Angie was on there, I was on there, Doug Hill was on the committee, and he was the chair of the committee when we selected the replacement for Dr. Crowley. And that was one of the first times where I got a hard lesson in words and communication. Emma Sepulveda was there. She was on the board as well, and Roman Hill was going around the room and calling people by name, and you know, Dr. Crowley, Dr. Rosenberg, and he happened to call her Emma Sepulveda. She took offense to it because she's Dr. Sepulveda. And one of the things that the board needs to understand as a school district board is that your words and your actions have a huge consequence. Even as simple as having a conversation and not addressing someone correctly, or not understanding the people that are in the room, not understanding the people that are coming to speak and how they influence decision making. When a senator in the legislature comes into the room, we should know exactly who they are. We should be prepared as a board to take advantage of those relationships, and that initial learning environment and being on that presidential search committee taught me a ton about the voice of the community, the politics around what people want. I heard at one point on that committee that Dr. Lilly looks like a president, and I sat there and I said, what the hell does a president look like? What does the president look like? The president doesn't look like me. He doesn't look like Tracy Davis. He doesn't look like Estella. But what does the president look like? And it was disheartening to hear words like that because we weren't even talking about qualifications at that point. We were talking about somebody's image. And those were lessons that I learned as a young man, and it followed me through life. We have to be able to look at who's going to be in the best interest of our community, not just how they look. And I think that would be a powerful, powerful lesson to teach even some people in the audience. The next superintendent for Washoe County School District is critical for the success of Northern Nevada. Anybody that thinks that it's not is fooling themselves. We have great companies, Tesla's, Panasonic, Petco, a lot coming to this, and they want an educated workforce. They don't want graduation diplomas with no meaning behind them. We need to ensure that this board does everything in their power to have the #1 superintendent and the best teachers in the school district. That is my passion.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. You're more than welcome to remain in the audience.
Thank you.
Trustees, take your notes, whatever you need to do to be prepared to move on.
Trustee Mayor needs to go to the restroom.
Trustee.
President Clark.
Okay.
May he have a bathroom pass.
Just.
Do we need a break, or shall I pull a name?
I think we should take, once trustee's out, we should probably take a 30-minute break while he
Well, he'll come back in where we get the next person. If you want a break, then you have to speak up and say you want a break.
Just a 2-minute. All right.
Yeah,
Just 2
well,
minutes.
2 minutes this group means. 2-minute break. See how that goes. Pull the next name. Okay. Jean Stos. Is it Stos?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
She's in the other room.
Did you think it was Angie? Oh, yeah. Of the sheet and then
hands and try to contact the living. So quiet.
Are you cold?
No, as a matter of fact, I'm not. I'm trying to be polite and be like a gentleman.
I got a
Killing
handmade
me.
blanket in the car.
You have a handmade blanket? Thank you very much.
I give you 10 stars today.
I've got the 10 stars. I'm taking the damn thing off. Hotter than to me.
Headache. Pension headache. We should have had popcorn or something else in our audience.
There were others in the thing. But they send their wives to do it for them.
So I have pulled it from the East Conference room, and it doesn't take long to get through to me.
It's a phone.
That's fine. I've got mine turned off, so it's not me. Somebody's bong. Who's bong?
Welcome. Come on in. Right there in front.
Yes.
Please. And we'll go ahead and take a few minutes and look at the questions if you would like.
Okay.
To see what's coming up before we start the timer. And then you can let me know when you're ready. Okay. Yeah, please bring that down a little bit. Great. Well, we'll go ahead and start our 30 minutes. And please go ahead and use a few minutes to make an opening statement or tell us about yourself.
Okay. My name is Jean Stoss, and my husband and I have lived in District E for 49 years, so I'm pretty familiar with it. Our 3 kids all went through Elmcrest Elementary and, I knew I'd forget the name of that, Clayton, right? Thank you. Archie Clayton Middle School and Reno High. And as far as we're concerned, they got really good educations. 2 of them were National Merit Scholar finalists, and all 3 of them went on to college and graduated. And I think we were at the time when money was not in such short supply, funding, as back in the 70s, as things are now. And when I drive by the schools and I wonder, what can I do to help? Like, for example, I think it's terrible that teachers often buy supplies for their own students. What can be done? And as an outside person, I donated quite a bit of things to the Elmcrest School when I closed my office. And even that isn't enough. So I was very surprised when Dave's unexpired term came up. And I decided that, given my background in boards and commissions, that I might be a good addition to his seat.
Thank you. Trustee Mayor.
Hi. Nice to see you again.
Yes.
Do you or don't you support the Common Core curriculum? Why or why not?
Well, I do support it, but I'm also in the process of trying to learn what the objections are. I don't have a formal background in education at all, so I have an awful lot of learning to do. But I think that Common Core has been adopted by the school district, right? Am I right or wrong? Yeah, okay. So we deal with that now, but I would certainly try to find out what some of the objections are. I came here one day to a meeting and people were wearing Common Core T-shirts, and I thought, gee, that's really interesting. I have to learn more about that.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Gutierrez?
What are the 3 questions that you would ask a candidate for district superintendent, since that's going to be a big major decision? What would you hope to learn about the candidate from his or her responses?
Well, first of all, why did you apply for the position? Why are you willing to come to Reno, Nevada and take on a school board that has a reputation of being probably a little difficult? And, you know, just like when college professors are looking for jobs around the country, they find that kind of gossip out beforehand.
So that's one question.
One question, yeah. Oh, give me a minute here. I guess how would you approach dealing with the outside elements in town, such as the business community, the casinos, the banks, all of those people, to try to get the school district supported and known by a lot of outsiders? And I think sometimes that, you know, that isn't true. When I was in office, the school district was kind of over by itself, and of the 18 elected officials, I was the only woman, and there were 17 men, and I don't think any of us knew anybody on the school board except Elizabeth Lenz, and everybody knew her. Now, that's 2, right?
Yeah, one more, yes.
Ooh. I guess I would want to know about his or her background, certainly professional degrees in education, and positions held, and what he or she has done to that they're really proud of, and they want to know the board. They want the board to know that. Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No, thank you.
You're welcome. And just a reminder, Ms. Stokes, the questions are in front of you if you need to look at those as well as we go along.
Okay.
Trustee McClure?
Yes, what thoughts do you have regarding the district's strategic plan? And do you think it adequately addresses closing achievement gaps?
There again, I have to admit I'm not that familiar with the strategic plan. I looked at it and it says it's named for what, 2015? And 2015 is almost here. But other than that, I have to confess to not knowing much about it.
Trustee Ruggiero?
Thank you, President Clark. Thank you for being here, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to ask you this question. District E is very diverse economically, academically, geographically, and in many other areas. What do you think are the main challenges in District E, and what would you want to accomplish as their representative on the school board?
Well, as I said, I've been there for 49 years, and I've watched the economic changes. I live on Royal Drive, which was a college professor's street years ago, and there are 7 vacant houses on Royal Drive. And the economic problems are just awful. The kids who are homeless and who do go to Elmcrest. And what can I do to help? Well, I would like to try to, I don't know how one person can get in there and completely change what's going on, but there are economic changes, there's language difficulties, their parents work instead of being able to go to like Pie Night when I was in the PTA. Now they're both working at least one job. Things have become very different.
Thank you.
Mhm.
If, as a trustee, you are ultimately responsible to the taxpayers for all the outcomes in the school district as their representative, what is the difference between management oversight and management interference?
Management interference, I think, is just stepping in and doing management in the place of the person who should be doing it, a manager, school superintendent. So what was the other option? Management oversight. Well, I think that's definitely what the board has to do. They have to keep themselves informed about what's being done by the superintendent, by the staff, by the teachers. And that involves really a lot of homework to keep informed with that kind of thing. I can tell you I was Washoe County Commissioner many years ago, and I know what it's like to have people on your case because they don't want you to spend the taxpayers' money unless you can really make a good case for it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carlson.
In our district, one of our biggest goals is improving graduation rates. However, it seems that there is a problem of improving graduation rates without academic proficiency also improving, trying to get kids their diplomas at all cost. Which do you think is more important, improving graduation rates or improving proficiency, and why?
I can't choose both, I suppose.
If you want to. It's your question.
Yeah, well, that would be wonderful if it could be done to get more kids to graduate and also to graduate with better educations. Now, I'm not sure how you would do that, but I would certainly support it if someone suggested it.
Is there anything further you wish us to know about why you should be selected as trustee?
Well, first of all, I have the background of being the mother of 3 kids who went all through the Washoe County schools, even though it was 30 or 40 years ago, and situations are very different. I know every step of the way what they did, what their teachers did. Let's see, what was I going to say now? The other point is that I have a background of all kinds of boards and commissions, and in addition, I'm a developmental editor, freelance. That means that I work with people, help them to write books and get them ready to send off to the publisher. And that involves being able to work one-on-one. In fact, I just finished one where I sat next to this man for like days upon days, and we got through it. I was tempted at times to think, what am I doing here? But I can get along with people. I have that long experience, and I think that's one thing I have to offer. When I applied for the position, I got such comments as, "Are you crazy? Why on earth do you want to do that?"
Well, Ms. Stokes, you still have time left. Is there anything that you would like to further share with us, or is there any follow-up questions by the trustees?
I don't know what I can follow up with. I submitted all the written material and all the background I have. I guess I could say I was the first woman to serve on the Washoe County Commission, and with the short story, it happened after I got my master's degree in journalism in 1977, and I rented a real little office downtown, and I was going to have a PR business and be a great success. 2 days after I signed the lease for the office, Governor Mike O'Callahan called me. And if any of you remember him, Iron Mike, we used to call him, he said, "I have to make an appointment and I want to talk to you, so you come down right now." So I drove down to Carson City, and he said that there was going to be an unexpired term on the Washoe County Commission, and he had to appoint somebody. I had no idea what Washoe County Commissioners didn't know anything about it. But he said, I have a list here of 6 people. You're at the top of the list, and you're the only woman. Well, how could I say no to that? But these days, look at the gender distribution on governing boards now. It's really improved a lot, and I'm glad to see that.
Great. Well, thank you very much. You're more than welcome to stay in the audience and listen to the remaining candidates. And please do so.
Okay.
And we'll go ahead and pull the next name.
Thank
And
you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
You want to give us time to write notes? Like,
yes.
wanna
Do you want it? Do you still have need time to write
well,
notes?
we have to be fair that we are following the same process for every candidate.
Is everybody ready to move on? It will take a couple minutes for
Fine.
Yes. Angie Taylor is next.
You can do that.
Angie Taylor, thank you.
God love you. I'm on top of the wastebasket and I missed it twice. Does this tell us something?
Is that your stuff?
Yeah.
There's a shed. I dropped stuff on it.
This is
I did.
I know he kicks me
I
out
get,
of
I
space.
get delayed.
It is.
Look at all yours.
I'm like,
I have to go in the corner because he kicks me out. He takes over.
Yeah, look at all
I know, I really have a nice corner here,
And
don't
then
I?
he pushes my things over here.
I feel like I have to go to the bathroom, but I don't have enough time to. It's okay.
How long does it take you?
Oh, long. It takes a long time.
It was your audit. You know, I'm not sure.
I'm telling you, Howard.
I called AA.
It's online though. It's online.
Talk about feeling like
No? It's online.
I said, well, thank you for saving me. I sent a text like that.
It's online.
Thank you for saving
Try
me. This
moving
is
down.
probably the first of many years.
Get the hell out. Get used to it, kid.
So he said, all you gotta just stick the key.
Keep going,
I just,
keep going.
Not going.
and I did it.
Where is it?
And so someone had said,
Do you get
Um,
Yeah, you
mine's
can't
was
go.
in the same place. I
After
first went,
Dr. Taylor.
Mr. Drake, could you have
I
what's
have
name
come
in
to the conclusion that
my
I've
book
had
now
my back.
that you guys have in mind?
It was,
Oh, let me check with Lisa.
I did. Can you text me?
Yeah.
Sure. Everything. Well, that's my glasses. They're stuck on my nose and I won't forget.
I'm too vain to.
Look at that.
You're in the will.
This is the wrong one. This is the wrong agenda.
What am I getting?
See, it just,
9
My
a.m.
fond regards.
it just
Oh,
goes through
you're lucky to get that.
consent,
We already got proof consent.
Proof consent.
but it doesn't go any further.
Oh.
Keep going, keep going.
Oh my
I
God.
always do that whenever I have a click pen. When I'm writing, whenever I go to click it, I just put it in the chest.
Yes.
Goes further.
Hello, welcome. Please have a seat. And Dr. Taylor, please take a couple minutes if you would like to look through the questions before we start your time, and just let me know they're right in front of you on the table when you're ready, and then we'll get started.
Got some water somewhere.
Okay, Madam President, I'm set.
Great. Well, please start with introducing yourself or doing some opening remarks, whatever you would like.
Okay, first of all, to the Madam President, Superintendent, to all the trustees, I just want to thank you for of course, thank you for your service, and thank you for the opportunity to go through this process. It's an honor to be here and to have the chance to serve with each of you. That being said, my opening remarks really is they're plain and simple. I'm here because education changed my life. You've heard a lot about my story, so I certainly won't go back into all the details of it. But I am one of those kids that wasn't supposed to make it. I was one of those that all the statistics and all of the advice, and even in some cases, all of the counselors said, well, you know, school is just not for you. And because I had a love for education, because it was already referred to, I had a mom that instilled a high expectation in education in me, and because I had teachers, some very particular teachers that spoke into my life and that encouraged me, then I am sitting here before you today having overcome all the odds and the expectations. But the bigger thing for me in terms of education changing my life, I was the first one in my family to get a college education, to obtain my degree. So when I graduated, it was like a family reunion. People came from all over the nation. It was a huge celebration. It was a huge celebration, and never at that time did I think I would continue on in my educational endeavors. But that, of course, did indeed happen. That's my part of the story. But my family part of the story, which is really what matters even more to me, is after I got my degree, my mom went back and got her degree in her 50s. And then after my mom went back and got her degree, my sister went back and got her degree in her 40s. And after she went back and got her degree, her kids began to recognize that getting a college education is just what we do. That is the biggest impact that education has had on me. So now we have a legacy in our family. Someone that's gotten their degree will help someone else that didn't get their degree. Will help them with pay for their school. If you get less than a B or a C, depending on your ability, you pay the money back. You drop a college class, you pay the money back. And then once you're finished, when someone else in the family comes up and they need help with their college education, you do the same thing for them. So education didn't just change my life, but education changed my family. And so now it's my time to give something back to the thing that changed the very most important thing to me, and that's my family.
Thank you. Trustee Mayor?
Yes. Do you or don't you support the Common Core curriculum? Why or why not?
You know, thank you, Trustee Mayor. I had a feeling that would come up because in all the conversations I've had with so many people and just preparing to learn more about the school system, the Common Core comes up a lot. I am a supporter of the Common Core. I'm a supporter of the Common Core because it has high expectations, first and foremost, and I like that. Research shows that when you have high expectations for students, students are much more likely to achieve those expectations. I've heard a lot of the cons about it, and sometimes those that are ultra high, high achievers can be held back, but the Common Core is a minimum. It doesn't put a ceiling on it. It helps set a standard, if you will, Common Core standards, for where we want each child to be at particular grade levels, but it doesn't set a ceiling for those. Now, there are some challenges that come along with that. I get that. I think that in our system, the Common Core, it was passed. It's been law for 3 years now. And I think part of the challenge that we have, even in our state, I spent some time in Vegas this weekend, even in our state, is the communication about Common Core. Not just to the public, but also to the teachers, because there's a little bit of confusion out there. A lot of people don't know much about it. But I think as we explain the whys behind it, how it's a level playing field. 43 states in the union have accepted the Common Core. And so it really does set, I believe, a high standard, which can really help us to compete globally. Because after all, it isn't just about us anymore.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Gutierrez?
Thank you. What are 3 questions that you would ask a candidate for district superintendent? What would you hope to learn about the candidate from their responses?
Thank you, Trustee Gutierrez. I believe that there's 3 main things I would want to know from a superintendent candidate, regardless of what it is that we will look for. One is I want to know how they are in the area of communication. It's really important, especially as the CEO of a big organization, such as the Washoe County School District, that communication is imperative. People can deal with almost anything if you communicate with them about it in advance and give them an opportunity to weigh in as it impacts them. So I would ask a question relating to their communication style and how important they believe it is, and what process would they take communicating with the staff, certainly communicating with the board. I think that's tremendously important, because although the superintendent runs the day-to-day, the board sets the direction, the board sets the policy. The board is the one that sets the vision for that. And then that superintendent's job is to execute that vision. Well, I want to know, how's it going? What's working? What isn't working? What are you hearing from those out there on the front line? So I want to hear about the communication. I want to know about the communication. I'd want to know about their their management, their ability to put the staff together, to lead a staff, to make sure that there's a particular accountabilities that are in place. I'd want to know what their management style is, what direction it is that they'd like to take, and I would certainly want to know their philosophy and their approach to student achievement, because at the end of the day, it really is about student achievement. All the other stuff is wonderful, but if our kids aren't achieving, if we aren't doing the things that are necessary, then none of the rest of it really matters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee McCleary?
What thoughts do you have regarding the district's existing strategic plan? And do you think it adequately addresses closing achievement gaps?
Thank you, Barbara. Trustee McCleary. I think that I like the strategic plan. A lot of work went into the strategic plan. I applaud those of you on this board that were part of it, the leadership in the district, the efforts that went forth, and getting the community involved and getting teachers involved and having student input. I mean, it was a thoroughly put together plan. But even beyond that, a lot of times we've all been involved in putting strategic plans together. Then we get a nice binder. We bind it up, it looks really good, and we send it out to the press, and then it goes on the shelf somewhere, and then nothing happens with it. I mean, I know none of us has ever been involved in that, but hypothetically, no. It's appalling. It's appalling. But that does happen in other places. But one of the things that I really do want to applaud the school district for is you have done a great job of taking things back to the strategic plan and really pointing to the strategic plan and letting the strategic plan be alive and well. It is a living, breathing document. It doesn't mean it doesn't have to be tweaked sometimes. Sometimes things change, situations change, environment change. I think Tesla is a game changer in our community. That may have an impact on some of the things in the strategic plan, but I like the 5 points of emphasis. Students first, goal number 1. And you talk about the faculty, you talk about family and community involvement. I mean, all the things that are really necessary. You know, the management and the resources. So I like the plan. I like the plan, and in terms of addressing the achievement gaps, we have been closing some achievement gaps. So you certainly can't say it isn't doing something right. And that's really much to the credit of this board. You've been a part of that. I mean, we are touting 73% graduation rates. Yes, we have some areas of concern, in particular African-American males and the Native American community. Certainly we have some areas that we need to continue to work on and to get better, but those gaps are closing. So you can't take it. It'd be hard for me on the outside to say, well, the plan's not working, because it is. Because it is.
Thank you. Trustee Ruggiero.
Thank you for being here, Dr. Taylor, and I'm honored to ask you this question. District D is very diverse, economically, academically, geographically, and in many other areas. What do you think are the main challenges in District E, and what would you want to accomplish as their representative on the school board?
Trustee Ruggiero, I think your question kind of answers it. One of the biggest challenges in District E is that it is so diverse. What may need to happen in the area where Hug High School is may be very, very different than what needs to happen where McQueen High School is. I mean, very, very different areas in all of those ways. And so I think a cookie-cutter approach is not something that you can have in District E. It's too varied. It's too varied. So really a challenge in the person representing such a district is really to get out into the district. Because solutions are going to be different. Parents are going to be different. Needs are going to be different. So there is no cookie-cutter approach. I wish it were. It'd be a lot easier. You know, it really, really would. But that isn't the community that we live in. And so I really think the biggest challenge in District E is that it is so broad. You know, it is so varied, and there's no way around appropriately representing a district like that than getting out and getting to know people. I mean, the thing that as I talk about my own candidacy is I live really close to McQueen High School, but I attended Hug High School. So I can relate to every end of that. I know what it's like to go to a school where people on the outside don't have a lot of high expectations on what's going to come out of Huck High School. But I also know what it's like to live in a neighborhood where there's nothing but high expectations because you go to McQueen High School. It's the same thing. And so I think that uniquely positions me in such a district because I've been on every end of the spectrum and a lot of stages along the way. Thank you.
Okay. If as trustee you are ultimately responsible to the taxpayers for all the outcomes in the school district as their representative, what is the difference between management oversight and management interference?
That's a great question, Madam President. I think execution. The primary board, I think a board of trustees has three primary responsibilities. One is governance. Governance is absolutely where oversight is. It's fiduciary oversight. It's providing the vision, providing the strategic direction. That's priority number one. I think the second responsibility, role of a board, if you will, is the board is made up of community representatives for a reason, because we represent the community. And so really the board in an ideal situation is really the liaison between the school district and the community. Because really when you look at it and you look at all the research indicates that the most successful formula for students is family engagement, school, and community involvement. We need to have all three of those. I think a great role that the board plays is we help to be that connection to bring in the community involvement. Community members aren't going to come every day to every meeting, and it's been very exciting and all this, and I've loved coming all this time. But let's be honest, it doesn't happen that way all the time. And so that's our job, to go back out to the constituents and to be that connection. And I think once the board has set those things in place, then when it comes down to the management piece, that's the execution. Then we turn it over to the CEO, to the superintendent. Now you go get it done. There are issues. We need to look at different policies. We need to address some things, bring those back, make some recommendations. What's the research? We use data. We should be a data-driven district, not what somebody feels. We care what people feel, but at the end of the day, what's the data say? And the number one job I believe that we would have as a board is to provide oversight for the CEO, for the superintendent.
Thank you. Mr. Carlson.
Thank you.
In our district, one of our biggest goals is improving graduation rates. However, it seems that there is a problem of improving graduation rates without academic proficiency also improving, merely trying to get kids their diploma at any cost. Which do you think is more important, improving graduation rates or improving proficiency, and why?
That's a great question, Logan. That's a great question. The thing that let's put it to you this way. I have a sports background. Graduation rates is the offense, and proficiency rates is the defense. And there's a saying in sports: offense sells tickets, defense wins games. So everyone looks at the offense because everyone likes to see a high-flying, high-scoring offense because it's a whole lot of fun. A lot of touchdowns, a lot of baskets, a lot of slam dunks, and that's wonderful. But if we really want to build a strong school district that has a positive impact on the community, we need to win the game. We need to win the game. And winning the game is actually building the proficiency in students. We need kids, the students, as they leave here to be, career and college ready. Now, I have more of a background in higher ed, as all of you know. And as I said, Tesla has been a game changer, because now there really are high-paying jobs for those that might take more of a technical track, I guess, if you will. That's still a level of proficiency though that they need, and I believe that's where the Common Core, can come in. So we have an obligation, not just to check the box and say, "Ooh, look at our rates," but we have an obligation to actually prepare the student. They shouldn't be two different things, but sometimes they turn out to be that way. But our responsibility as a board is to prepare the student to be career and college ready, not so that we can check a box and say one more. Because if that's the case, when you look at special ed, for an example, and you can have an adjusted diploma, okay, great, we can check that box. But guess what? You can't get financial aid when you leave here. We have done the student a disservice. We've checked the box, but we've done the student a disservice, and our responsibility is to go beyond just checking the box. It's really to prepare the students so they can be positive contributors back here to this community. It's a great question.
Okay. Is there anything further you wish us to know about why you should be selected as a trustee?
I happen to have a few notes.
Get your Bible.
We need a break for about a week.
Yeah. Just a couple, just a couple notes, just a couple notes. You know, really, as I again, I do want to thank you again for the opportunity, because I count it in honor to have the opportunity to come and a really an extreme honor to have the opportunity to serve for the reasons that I already shared. I think it's really important for me to share with you that to adequately serve on this board and be a part of the team that you're creating, to join you in your efforts, you need to have, when it comes down to education, it will require what we call a heart set, a mindset, a tool set, and a skill set. A heart set, because we have to care about what we're doing. That's the difference between checking the box and preparing the student. We don't care about the student that we're serving, because at the end of the day, again, it is all about student achievement. Then that isn't the right heart set. Aristotle said, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. We can't just be about the numbers and the data. They matter, and they must matter. But we can't separate our head from our heart in this. And if we don't do that, as long as we keep those things connected, that will keep us from being so focused on the data that we don't really care about the kid. The mindset. This, I didn't know if this would come up, so I'm gonna talk about it, because the mindset for this is we need to have, as a district, I believe, a mindset, meaning that education today isn't the same as education yesterday. We know that. And it probably isn't gonna be the same as education tomorrow. And we have to have a mindset that looks at that a little bit differently. That in and of itself, that's, to me, that's what diversity is really all about. Certainly you look at me and you get a level of diversity because you can't help but recognize that I happen to be an African-American female. And I hope you recognize that when I walked. I hope I wore heels and everything to really help with. I pulled out the nylons for that. But it's a news flash, I know. I know.
You know I'm slow on the uptake.
But that's the true value of the diversity that I bring is not because of the diversity that you see. The true value of the diversity that I bring is the mindset. It's just a different way of thinking. I've been in 2 public school systems, and growing up, I've attended public schools. I've also attended private schools. I'm the first one in my family to get a degree, but also I'm now from a family where education is an expectation. Education is my culture. Those are different ways of thinking. I mean, we all understand that when we look around the room and everyone looks like us, we're getting it wrong. What we also have to look at is when we look around the room and everybody thinks like us, we might be doing even worse. So the diversity that we have to have goes beyond just what we look like on the outside. I know what it's like to be on welfare and stand in line for government cheese. No, the way we say it in the neighborhood is government cheese. Government. Say that right. Howard, government. There you go. Government cheese. You get that. I mean, I know what it's like to be on that end of the spectrum. But I also know what it's like to be in the company of people with millionaires, that are millionaires, that are philanthropic, that are friends that I can hang out with from time to time. Not all the time, but from time to time. And everything, that's the level of diversity that we need to have to prepare to be a part of a school district that we're going to need to be in as we go further into the 21st century. You know, I know what it's like to have a background in education, but I also have a background in business. What a unique set that comes with this. That's the kind of diversity that we need. I know what it's like to be in a situation where everything seems to be even and equitable, because in sports, I grew up playing sports, and sports, that's important. I also know what it's like to be on the other side and say, hey, wait a minute, something's not quite right. So that's the kind of diversity that I bring. That's the real value that you have when you see diversity in Angie Taylor. So that's the mindset. The tool set that I bring is the resources, the experience that I have, the relationships that I have, the reputation that I'm very proud of that I have. This Reno is a very small town, as you know, and so I have been honored, absolutely honored and overwhelmed, and to such an extent during this process, to really hear the reputation that I've been able to garner and to hang on to. It doesn't mean I've never done anything, especially when I was young, but it does mean there's no pictures. It's important to note that. There are no pictures. There are no pictures.
You don't know that for sure.
And then finally, like I said, the heart set, the mindset, the tool set, and the skill set. I mean, a really important skill set, you know this, is you are leaders, and you are the leaders in this district. You provide the leadership. I am a student of leadership. I do leadership every day of my life because it's my job. It's what I study. It's what I love. It's what I teach. It's what I live. That's an important part of the skill set that I bring. So having the heart set, I have the heart set, the mindset, the tool set, and the skill set that I would love to join with what it is that you have. You've done some tremendous things, tremendous successes in this district. Tremendous successes. And you can't say that you've had nothing to do with that. You've had a tremendous amount as a board to do with that. And it would be my honor to bring all of those things that I bring to be a part of that and help you prepare us for the next era to come.
Thank you. Well, you do have slightly over 9 minutes left. Is there anything that anybody has a follow-up question or anything further you'd like to say?
I was trying to rush. I could have taken my time, huh?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're more than welcome to stay in the audience for our final, I was going to say contestant.
Are there prizes? Are there prizes?
What do they win?
Yeah, for the best nylons and heels.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time.
You're welcome. Thank you. So, do you want to just make sure the name's in there? Darcy Smith. So, shall we go ahead and conclude this one, and then we'll take a break so we can go over our notes. If you have notes now, make them on this candidate, and then at the end we'll take a longer break to be able to review our notes and get our thoughts in order before we have our discussion.
Are we taking a break?
Not right now.
Oh.
We'll take a longer one at the end. She's going to take her if you want to go to the bathroom.
Are you hungry?
Because she's going to review the questions too.
Problem, my sister. If you didn't eat fast, you didn't eat.
You didn't eat.
I think I'll run to the restroom.
That's not true. You did eat. You just didn't eat as well. You had mac and cheese when she had steak.
I drowned her.
She fights dirty.
Okay, well that could be dangerous.
7 years old doesn't mean fights dirty.
Okay, I got it.
I was.
You may have to take over the meeting because I have
And
things
the day
on
she
my
was
plate.
born, I went to the Franklin Park Zoo and threw stones at the store.
Somewhere between 4:30.
Hopefully we can move rapidly.
It was a joke. One of these things that said something about mother should have wrong. No, the mother should have kept it.
Oh, there's quite a few recognitions.
There was this.
Before we went from be here,
Yeah.
so we realized that because we still probably gonna at least another hour on this, and then
one of them
acquisitions, and then before we get to that, yeah, they're right over here. Hi, welcome. Go ahead and have a seat, Ms. Smith. And go ahead and take a few minutes. The questions are in front of you, and you can go ahead and review those. And then once you have, you can let us know, and then we'll start the clock.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We're going to wait just 1 minute for Trustee Ruggiero.
Am I allowed to make notes?
Sure. Yes, absolutely.
These questions are noteworthy taking for, so thank you.
So we'll go ahead and we're going to start the clock, and you can go ahead and introduce yourself or make some introductory remarks, whatever you would like.
Thank you very much. Am I on with this?
Yes.
You
Pull the
are-
microphone a little bit more in front of you. There you go.
Is that better?
Perfect.
Okay. Hi. If you were my first grade class, I think we would all get up and stretch and do tootie-tot or something like that in order to shake out the cobwebs. But thank you very much. I appreciate your time and your energy. You already know my credentials. You've read everything that I had to write. You already have heard from the people who have spoken for me. You know why I want to be a trustee. I've written about that and how I think I could be of service. So my introduction is going to be about some of the things that you don't know about me that I think that you need to know about me. Number one, I loved the years that I taught. As an adult, when I came back to Reno, Nevada, I started a direct mail advertising company, went on to varying positions in medical research, and eventually I found teaching. And I loved it so much, I went back to school as an adult, got my degree, got a job, and taught for 20 years. Continued to get my education and got my doctorate 2 years ago. Of everything that I have done in my entire life professionally, and I have done quite a bit, teaching is my favorite. I love dealing with the parents and the children and the problems and the chaos of the learning and bringing things to fruition. It's been the most fulfilling thing that I've ever done in my entire life. Number two, and maybe as a result, I believe in lifelong learning. You never know in life when you're going to have the interest or when you are going to have the need to go back to education, to go back to school. And I think that it should become available for everyone at every stage of their life as they need it. Sometimes you're just not ready for high school. I know I wasn't. And I think that it should be available at a later stage. Number three, I love to help. I come from a long line in my family of nurses, of law enforcement, of teachers. Serving, helping people, that's where I get my greatest happiness. So all of these experiences in life have taught me to be a good listener, to ask questions, to do my research, to look for assistance, of course, absolutely, and to work for consensus. Now that I am retired, this is why I'm here. I am looking for additional opportunities to help. Currently, since I was a teacher for so long and didn't have the time to do these things, I've actually developed my own math games that would help parents. I'm putting together a reading series so that parents can sit down and have a way to read with their kids and have them learn the ways that haven't been done before. Following my husband's lead, I'm learning how to be a photographer and using the pictures that I'm taking in order to make my books. I'm having the best time of my life right now, and I want to help. I want to do more, and I want to give back. So I'm ready for your questions now.
Thank you. Trustee
Thank
Mayor?
you.
Thank you. Do you or don't you support the Common Core curriculum, and why not?
That is a wonderful question. And yes, I do support the Common Core. Common Core was originally put together in order to help the curriculum and help the teaching graduate from simply mastering skills to actually learning how to apply the education. That was the whole idea behind Common Core. It's not enough to know that 100 and 100 is 200. You have to know that it is equivalent to 80 plus 20 plus 50 plus 50. You have to know a variety of in-depth skills, if you will, in order to actually understand what's going on. It's not enough just to read a book and parrot back the answers at the end of the chapter. You need to understand, you need to draw conclusions from this, how it will relate to yourself, to your own life, and how it can relate out to your community. It's more of a thematic approach, if you will, to learning than the previous. Why I object. Every child learns differently. Every single child has their own way and their own manner of learning. And I'm watching the clock. I had a student who couldn't learn to read, and everyone had tried everything. And because of my Montessori training, I took that child and I got sandpaper, and we went over the letters, and he was able to finally figure out how to read because he was tactile. He could then feel the sandpaper, and it got into his head, and that was the breakthrough that we needed. Does every child need to do this? Absolutely, positively not. We'd had kids going home with scuffed fingers. But this particular child needed it. I am currently working with a little girl who's in 5th grade who has a reading level of about 3.3. And whose writing is, of course, even worse than that. And as I sat down and worked with her, one of the first things that I saw was that she was holding her pencil like this and trying to write. And the amount of time it took for her to get the idea in her head and then write down what she was trying to write, she lost her idea halfway through the writing down of the sentence. So the first thing that I said is, okay, I got her a little aid and talked to the parents and talked to her teacher, and she's now writing like this, and her writing speed is increased, and with that, her capacity for understanding why she needs to read faster. Does every child need that? Absolutely, positively not. I could probably go around and see people here who are writing with a very strange grip, but you are doing just fine. Every child needs something different, and it's the thing that I worry about. In what I wrote to you, I said one of the things that I think is our real big gain of this last 10 years is we are exploring different ways to reach different children, and that is a big plus for this school district. So, do I support the Common Core? Yes. We do need to take it simply from mastering skills to actual understanding. But there is still some kids need the skills more. Some kids are floundering with the Common Core. We need to be able to have a variety of approaches in order to meet the needs of, boy, it sounds so Pollyanna-ish, but to meet the needs of each individual student, and I know that that's an impossible goal, but I don't want to just say, yes, I love Common Core and be done with it, because it's good for some things, but other things are good for other kids.
Trustee Gutierrez?
What are the 3 questions that you would ask a candidate for district superintendent, since that's going to be a big job? What would you hope to learn about the candidate from their responses?
And I'm going to tell you, I never thought about this as a question, and I should have, so I apologize. I am not prepared for this one. But I will say, first and foremost, does he love children? If you do not have an individual love, an overriding love of children, I don't see how you can have the correct filter going down. Everything must be based on, do you think it is good for children? It doesn't matter whether I agree with it or not. It really does not, because there's so many different ways to reach different children. But is the message coming from above that we believe that this is good for kids and have a reason why? Number 2, I don't mean this as a criticism, but our last two superintendents have not had educational experience in, as far as I was concerned, as a teacher. I saw the things that they were trying to do, and some of them worked well, but there was a disconnect for me. Business, you can be taught in school how to do. There are books about business, and you can learn business techniques, and you can follow rubrics, and you can do things. When it comes to teaching, you can learn some, but it's a gift. It's a natural pairing of student and teacher and a melding of minds that cannot be taught. And if you don't have someone who understands this, they tend to look at numbers and they tend to look at rubrics as results rather than learning. So I would hope that the candidate would have a background, and not only in leadership capacity, but in the classroom teaching experience, because what you learn as a principal is very, well, more and more there's a disconnect between what the principal is expected to do and what is happening in the classroom. It didn't used to be. I remember when principals would give us barbecues and come into the classroom and sit down with the kids and not take notes, but just kind of get the ambiance of the classroom and note how many children were smiling and I don't know, the things that you can't measure. And that's not happening anymore. And I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying that it's different. And I would hope that the new superintendent would have a reasonable appreciation for both. And as far as the third question, money. I have no clue how to handle this whole problem of where to get funds. I have watched what we have done with great interest, and I don't know. The families that I work with are paycheck to paycheck. They are, if you have to pay 5 cents more for something at the grocery store, you don't buy it because it's a nickel more. When we are asking these people to increase their own taxes, of course they're going to say no. I mean, they have to. How else can we do it? I don't know. Marijuana? Do we want to go to the sins? The lottery? Some people feel that's a sin too. I think that we need to think outside the box, and we need to come up with something that's not a tax in order to have everybody have an interest in our school system. And so that would be what I would be looking for, is what's been done in other states. We are dead last. What are they doing in other states that we're not doing? And I don't know. So I would hope that the superintendent would have some good ideas about how to, other than taxes, although maybe with Tesla coming, I don't know, what do you think? Do you think everybody's going to be back in the middle class again and not be so afraid of raising taxes? And that might happen too. If our economy grows, then the tax situation might not be so frightening to the voters. I don't know. I have no answers. Just questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee McClure?
What thoughts do you have regarding the district's existing strategic plan, and do you think it adequately addresses closing achievement gaps?
Oh, another good question. I think that we need to do what parents want for their children. I have talked with parents who do not want their children to go to college. They want their kids to be a plumber or, my goodness, anything. There are lots of ways that you can make money and not go to college. Jeepers, I was just reading about, there was a musician, and because of the stress of the situation, I can't remember his name. A long time ago, famous violinist. His father kept him home and homeschooled him because his family had been in music, and that's what he was taught. And he was music, and that was all that was it. And this was in in Europe somewhere, and he would brook no other person telling him what to do with his child, and his child learned music, and he became famous, and the kid loved it, and it was an absolute wonderful delight. Could he do math? I don't know. How do you define what an achievement gap is? Who's deciding what the parameters are? And who should be making those decisions? And I do believe, and maybe it's just because I have a grandson who has some difficulties, parental expectations, I believe, must be a part of this. It can't just be one size fits all. So if there was a fault to be found with what we are doing now, although it is so much better than what it was before, and I am so pleased with the number of students who are graduating now. If there is a fault to be found with this system, for me, it is our lack of ability to educate to the extent that the student is able to learn, to take advantage of their personal interests, and to make, I don't know, in this time of governmental regulation, I don't think it's possible to redefine the success that we are required to do. I think that, to make a long story short, is absolutely we do have to follow what the government says, but somehow or another there has to be something of mercy in there. I think that we're doing that with the high schoolers. I know of students who have been talked to and brought back to school and given classes that they can actually succeed in, and where they are feeling successful, and I'm so pleased that this is happening. And this kind of addresses one of the questions that I think is coming up down here, if I'm not remembering correctly, if I am remembering correctly. A high school diploma doesn't have to be the same for everyone. And can it be graded like do we still have, see, I'm not in high school education, we still have the GEDs? Okay. The GEDs, I think that we should have the regular ones and perhaps maybe even a vocational one. I think that we need to expand our definition of success when it comes to 18-year-olds. I don't know if we're allowed to, though. So, okay. Did I answer? Thank you.
Trustee Ruggiero?
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here.
And honored to have the opportunity to ask you a question. District D is very diverse, economically, academically, geographically, and in many other areas. What do you think are the main challenges in District D, and what would you want to accomplish as a representative on the school board?
My expertise is in elementary education. That's what I could offer. I have talked with parents, with students. I've been involved with many, many, many resolutions of problems, and that's what I am. I'm a problem resolver. I find out what we can do, what the child needs, how it can be done. Does a teacher need to be changed? Do they need to go to a different school? How can we take care of things for that child? That's kind of been what I've done. When other teachers would have problems with students, I don't want to say every time because all teachers do this, but I was very, very, very pleased that teachers often would call on me and send their problem students to my classroom so that I could work with my students, settle them down, see what they needed, and send them back. I am just humbled to say that it's a gift. I've been always able to do this, and I don't know why. It's nothing that anybody has ever taught me. I think that our main challenge is letting parents know what we're doing. They don't have a clue. And I've forgotten the name of it, and again, I'm sorry that all the pressure of this situation, and we'll get better at this. The report card system that we have, where we go back and forth with the parents, and they can check and see if their kids have done the work. That's been phenomenal, really, really, really good. But one of the things that I found with my own classroom is that I used to have lots and lots of parent volunteers in first and second and third grade, and with all of this increasing violence in school, and with well-meaning staff coming up to a parent who has very little English saying, "What are you doing in here? Do you belong?" as they are wandering the halls trying to find my room. The people from the Middle East who come in and they see the big system where they have to buzz in and sign in and be scrutinized through windows before they can even gain access to the classroom. I understand it's necessary. Believe me, I do understand it's necessary, but it's made our job as teachers even more difficult as far as how to contact and reassure the parents and have them welcome in our classrooms. I think that one of the things that I could do is just continue with what I'm doing and take it another step. There's a fundraiser that's going on for one of the schools tonight at a McDonald's, I think. And I thought, what a wonderful opportunity for a trustee to go and just sit there and don't say, "Hey, I'm the trustee, come and see me," but just go around and talk to the parents, have cards if they wanted to know, but just be there to listen and hear the good. Oh, there's a lot of good that's happening in the schools. And just, I don't know, be accessible and go in jeans and a t-shirt and just say hi. So that's what I think that needs to be accomplished in the district is we need to reestablish our contacts with the parents because they don't know what's happening.
If as a trustee you are ultimately responsible to the taxpayers for all the outcomes in the school district as their representative, what is the difference between management oversight and management interference?
That's a really good question. I think the way to find out is to do your best and watch the results of the people. And if you find you have overstepped your bounds, say that you're sorry and that and learn. There's no this is a line that goes like this depending upon situation and perhaps even time of day. I've noticed when I meet with parents in the morning, they're very different from the parents that I meet in the afternoon. Boy, this is a hard one. You need to watch what people think and not step on their toes. And I think the key to this is just watch what the reactions are of other people. If there is something that you know is right and that there's a problem, you find a diplomatic way to address it. And again, as you're talking to them, you watch. I've made mistakes. I mean, I've made big blunders. I've thought I was doing the right thing, and I said a word once to a parent that had an impact against their religion that I had no clue it was. But I watched her eyes, and I saw that I had done something that went over that borderline from oversight into interference. And I just stopped the conversation and I said, "I've done something, I don't know what it is. Please tell me because I have caused you a problem." And we got it resolved, but without close watching. So I would say your answer is there's no one answer. You have to closely watch.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Carlson.
Hi. In our district, one of their biggest goals is improving graduation rates. However, it seems that there is a problem of improving graduation rates without academic proficiency also improving, merely trying to get kids their diplomas at any cost. Which do you think is more important, improving graduation rates or improving proficiency, and why?
And I think I kind of addressed that with the other question. I think that they're a combined interaction, and I think that we need more parental impact and student impact as well, too, to see what the family wants. What are the desires for the student? And then the other thing is, and this goes back to my own education, and my son, for goodness sakes, he dropped out of high school. He went back and got his GED, and then 2 years later woke up, and now he owns his own construction company here in Reno. He makes way more money than I do. He is gifted, he is talented, but it wasn't, there were other problems. I mean, there were reasons why. this happened. And not everybody's life is smooth and hunky-dory, and education is, even though it's available, is not always well received. I think we need a program after, so that children, young adults, even grown-up, even 60-year-olds, if we want to go back and learn something, that I think we need to find a way. Everything is changing so fast. We need to find a way to re-educate people so that there is no stigma of going back, but that it should be a joy. And look at what I've done so that I can now go and accomplish this. So graduation rates, to me, are important only because our government has said that they are important. Whatever we need to do to get our graduation rate up, I think is absolutely wonderful. You work within the system, you get the things accomplished, you do what you can do, you go and you find the kids, you give them whatever they need in order to get whatever degree they can. But if they can't get a degree, I don't think that we should give up on them. I think that there should be other ways afterwards. So, did that answer your question? Okay, thank you. Thank you. That was a very good question.
All right, last question. Is there anything further you wish us to know about why you should be selected as trustee?
I think I'm just going to put that into my ending. You have been sitting here so long, I just don't know how you do it. We have 5 fabulously, actually 17 wonderfully qualified people who applied for this position. I cannot tell you, when I read through all of their information in the newspaper, I was really encouraged. We have a thoughtful, educated populace in this district, and I am just was happy to be in their company, and for me to be in the final 5 is beyond my wildest expectations. This has been wonderful for me. Absolutely, positively wonderful meeting all of you. One of the things that has stood out most of all is that there is no one person that can know everything. And I'd like to even revise that and expand upon it a little bit more. There is no one person who can know everything in order to run a school district. It cannot be done. I feel that I have the qualifications in elementary education that would be able to offer an insight for you that is absent right now. And I think that I could add a voice that could aid in the decision-making processes. But I don't know what you need. You know what you need. If you need more business expertise, if you need more university access, if you need more political, I mean, you have 5 people, and you can pick and choose the best that's going to be for this board. And I am just so happy to be considered as one of those 5. Thank you very, very, very much, and thank you for all of your time and energy. Stand up, take a break.
We're going to take a break. Thank you very much.
Very, very, very much.
Okay, trustees, we're going to take a break so you can review your notes and stretch. Let's see, what do we want? 15? Let's do 20 minutes. At 4 o'clock, we'll come back.
Can I ask a question from a process standpoint?
Yes.
If that's okay with everyone?
Sure.
Randy, there's obviously 2 ways to do this as far as a voting, which would be either going around the table and individually, talking about who we would want. And then the second portion would be either by a nomination. And if I could just plant this to my colleagues, it would be great, because I know constituents want to hear. I've been hearing that they want to hear what we think, and so I would like to do the individual one if that's okay with everyone. Does anybody have a problem with that?
Well, I guess one thing you could do is in the discussion phase, you could give your opinion if you chose to give your opinion, and then at some point, anybody can make a motion for selection, and if there's a second, and a discussion and vote.
Yeah, sounds good.
Does that answer kind of your?
It's either way.
Well, that kind
I
of does
think
both.
I think it's both.
It's both.
In that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, 4 o'clock. Okay, we're coming back to the board meeting, and let's go back and talk a little bit about how we want to proceed in discussing the candidate interviews that we just went through. As I was sitting there, I was thinking about what Trustee Gutierrez said, and I think if we went around and just said, not on individual people, you can just make general comments about the candidates first before there's motion, because maybe something that one of the trustees says may influence what your thought process is, and versus always getting the motion out there first and then discussion, maybe let's have a little bit more breathing room and just kind of go around. It doesn't have to be saying anybody in particular or pros and cons. It can be just general about what your thoughts were regarding the candidates. How does that sound to everybody? Is that okay? All right. So, Trustee Ruggiero.
I'd like to hear public comment.
Yeah, I was
first.
going to go get to that. Do we have public comment?
We don't have any submitted for this item. Most of them spoke earlier, but you can sure
They
offer
did.
that. Yes.
But I will offer it, as I always do, one more time. If there's anybody out in the audience that feels that they would like to make comment regarding this before the board goes into discussion on the candidates. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and start discussion, go around the table, and then after that time, if somebody would like to make a motion, we'll do so. Who would like to start? Trustee Gutierrez, would you like to start?
Just generalities?
Yeah.
First of all, I just want to congratulate the 5 top candidates. As I was reflecting, I'm thinking, wow, this is how difficult this was. We didn't see the questions prior, so thank you to my colleagues for some tough questions. I think they were pertinent. Definitely, for me, just so, and I won't name, individuals at this moment, but there's 3 that totally came to the top in my mind, just by reviewing the documents and so forth. And all 3, I know. All 3, I've worked with them and so forth. So, but there's definitely a person that comes to the top, and so I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Trustee Mayer.
I'd just like to say that this is the greatest crop of individuals for any job that I've ever interviewed candidates for, be it Sparks City Manager, judgeships, whatever. And what stood out in my mind was, like, since it's a holiday season, how the Grinch's heart got bigger and bigger and bigger because of the love that was shown in Whoville. And I just think that if we could base some committee or something on how to show heart, these 5 individuals would surely lead the parade. And I don't think there's any negative about any of them. I just think that they've all have a desire to make Washoe County School District better. And with their heart and their will and their wanting to improve Washoe County School District to bring it to a higher level, I think we couldn't go wrong with any of the 5. And I'll leave it at that. I just think this was great exercise. I usually complain about long meetings because my fanny gets hurting, but this was really enjoyable, and I commend all 5 of you for your hearts and your will and your compassion for Washoe County School District.
Thank you. Trustee Ruggiero.
Well, I echo my two colleagues to my left, their comments. I've been in this hot seat before. Matter of fact, I shared the hot seat with Mr. Mayor and Trustee Gutierrez, and they selected Trustee Gutierrez when Trustee Leslie Porter passed from cancer. I was honored to be selected to interview for the position alongside two individuals. So, in echoing what my two colleagues have said about the strength in the candidates, I'm so proud, and it makes me so proud to be a citizen and a member of this community, knowing we have such talent and such commitment to education. So I'm very honored to be sitting in this seat, and it's going to be a very difficult decision. But I don't want, if you're not selected, don't give up, because I wasn't selected the first time, but I was selected by the voters later on down the road, and so was John Mayer. And so there's still hope to stay involved. And hearing Mr. Mayer talk about, I don't think he's the Whoville committee or whatever you were referring to, you know, it makes me think
You haven't read the Grinch?
Of course I have. It makes me think we really need to have an advisory board close to the trustees, made up of great community people and great minds, and I think that's something we ought to think about coming out of this. We've talked about our parent advisory groups or our citizen advisory groups, and several of the candidates mentioned that. I think there's some opportunity here for continued engagement. So those are my thoughts for now, President Clark.
Thank you. Mr. Carlson, student representative, Mr. Carlson.
From Worcester High School.
From Worcester High School.
I would just like to say that throughout the interview process, there have been a lot of people saying that with every trustee, you want someone that can bring a different perspective and be able to challenge your own thought processes, your own ideas. And I think with all of these 5 applicants, you will get that. So whoever you choose, you're getting someone who can challenge your ideas in a constructive manner. And I would also like to say that I am glad I'm not a voting member, because I don't have to make that choice. I don't have to decide between 5 great people, even though occasionally when there's a vote, I do, oh, if only I could vote and give my input that way. Here, I'm kind of glad that I can just kind of sit back and see which of the 5 are selected, because they're all great candidates.
Trustee Rosenberg.
This will come as a surprise to you, but I had decided to give you my vote. Well, they have to start sometime. I'm not going to go on and on for days. 5 great
Let me
candidates.
just say I'll abstain.
Shut up, kid. 5 great candidates. This is going to be a very difficult choice.
Trustee McCleary.
Well, being like the little old woman who lived in a shoe and had so many children she didn't know what to do, what we have ended up here today is a plethora of candidates who are very different, my belief is. But I'm always looking for people to care for children, and keep people who are passionate about public education, and people who are passionate about families and children, community involvement. And each candidate brought a different flavor. Each candidate brought a different message. But as Trustee Mayer pointed out, they all brought their heart, and they put it out there on the table for all of us to take a look at it. And it is very difficult to make a choice. However, aside from looking at the makeup of this board, what we're talking about is the direction that this district goes forward from this point on in January, when we have a whole different group of individuals. And I think it's going to be one of the most exciting times that I have ever experienced being in this school district. This is my 40th year of trying to make Washoe County School District truly a world-class school district. Whether I was a teacher in a classroom, a principal in a building, a central office administrator, or now being a board of trustee member. We've got to have the passion that we never give up hope on anyone, and that we always look at the glass as half full, and that we continue to move forward so that every child in this school district, no matter what the outcome for them, is that they are taken care of and they are given opportunities to achieve and to move forward to be successful as young adults and throughout their lives. So they in turn will come back and want to give back. And I so appreciate everyone's time here tonight. Thank you very much.
Well, these decisions are never easy. I was on the board when we chose Trustee Gutierrez. And as was indicated, there was a wonderful group of people that applied for it at that time, as is evidenced by who's on our board now. There's a lot of factors, I think, that you take into consideration. Having some experience on the Board of Trustees, you realize that there are a wide variety of variables that make up what the board has to do, from working collaboratively. And often many people out in the community say, oh, your board doesn't work collaboratively. But in fact, our boards have always worked collaboratively, because if you ever went back and looked at the voting record, you would notice that most of the time the board votes together. They may have different paths of discussion to get to that vote, and sometimes we disagree, but working collaboratively, working as a team, understanding and being able to grant the ability for everybody at the table and from the community come up with their different perspectives. Like the saying goes, everybody has an opinion. And whether or not you agree with that opinion, everybody's opinion is valuable. And they have the right to that, just as anybody that sits at this table has the right to it. It is, as been stated, about a commitment to education and to children. I know there's that age-old question that goes back and forth, and it goes back and forth as well with when hiring a superintendent about, does the person that serves on the board need an education background, or do they need a business background, or do they need another type of background? And I think there's no one answer to that, because I think what really makes a good trustee is someone that is committed to doing the homework and to learning, because this job is huge. If you even took one slice of the pie, like special education, for you to know everything there is about special education is a tome of material. It's a very difficult subject and has many things, passionate parents and children that have needs. So it's not about that you come knowing everything when you get here, but it's the ability to be able to figure out what questions need to be asked. I spend most of my time in researching is, what is the question I should be asking? Because I don't know what I don't know. So it's that having that ability to be able to come and put that effort and homework in different perspectives. And I think it's being a critical thinker. Not to take, my belief system is you trust but verify. So when staff or the superintendent come forth with a proposed plan, it's trust but verify. And verify is when you figure out how you're going to assess whether it works or not, and what are those factors and variables that you're going to use. So I think today we had candidates that exhibited all of those qualities. And it is very, very difficult to choose amongst them. I too had three that are very, very close together. And so it does come down to, a very close race, a nose all the way. What do you say in horse racing?
One by a nose.
One by a nose. And as far as who I will be voting on, it really will be winning by a nose. Thank you again from the Board of Trustees to everybody that applied, all 17 people. It was hard to narrow it down to 5. We appreciate everybody taking the time and committing to having the desire to serve the families, the children, and the 8,000 staff members within the school district. So we truly, truly appreciate that you've done that, and we're very, very thankful to everyone. So I guess I'll accept a motion. Trustee Gutierrez?
And I guess I'll set the motion, and if somebody seconds it, then we could go into discussion. Okay. This is difficult. I move that we appoint Dr. Taylor for this position.
I second that motion.
Okay, further discussion.
Just for the public record, I had mentioned that I had 3 top candidates, and nose to nose, like you just mentioned, Dr. Clark. There's so many doctors today that but Carlos, I've known you since the days of you going to the Board of Regents, and I've been very impressed with you. So you were one of those. Diane, I work with you. I know your passion. It just has to do with the time of day. A year and a half has changed much. And so, but I really truly think that given the circumstances that Dr. Taylor has the mindset, all of the sets that she just mentioned, and especially right now when it comes to mending and connecting with the community, if you talk about Dr. Taylor, everybody in the world knows about Dr. Taylor. So she's well connected. All of them are passionate, but that's who stood to the top for me at this moment.
Is there further discussion?
Yes.
Trustee Rosenberg.
It's a hard decision, a very hard decision. I've known all 3 for a long, long time. I adore both ladies, and I am very, very proud of Carlos
Me
Ladon.
too.
Very proud.
Me too. And that's just because we're educators and we see him like a young kid, and now he's an adult, and so I'm just very proud too.
It's a tough, tough decision. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 1 opposed. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Madam Chairman, may I
Yes.
make another motion, please?
Yes. Just a second.
I move that the vote be made unanimous.
I don't think you can on your side legally.
Yeah, I can.
The winning side has to do that.
Okay, then you do it.
That's
so,
fine.
So I make a motion
Yes.
that we, what is the proper wording?
Yes.
That we make the motion unanimous, and you need a second.
I make the motion that we make the motion to make the vote unanimous.
I make the motion that we make the action unanimous.
I make a motion that we make the action unanimous.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 It's a
Question.
unanimous decision. Trustee Mayor.
Now, she'll be sworn in before we can do anything on December 9th, right?
Correct.
That's correct.
So she gets to,
Can she come up here and make comments, or no? Is that it?
Absolutely. Dr. Taylor, if you'd like to come up. Welcome. We'll save our official welcoming to the board on the 9th, but welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, to all the trustees, really to all of the applicants. You've all said it, 17 great applications to review. When I saw 17, I thought, well, about half of these got to be riffraff, right? I mean, because and then I read all of the packets, and it's, wow, these are 17 great people. And then the finalists, I didn't get to participate in any of the other interviews except for I got to observe one. It had to be a really difficult decision, so I am honored by the trust that you've expressed in me and my ability to add value to the board. I am only here to add value, to help the good work that you've already done, and to be a part of that. And so I thank you for allowing me to be a part of the future of the Washoe County School District. I look forward to it. And whether you realize it or not, today we made history. We've never had an African American serve on the school board. So you have something else as a school board that you can be proud of doing and elevating as we move forward. So again, I know. We'll talk later. We'll talk later. We'll talk later. But I do. I really appreciate the trust and the confidence that you've placed in me, and to those constituents in District E, my endeavor is to do you proud. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm also going to apologize for leaving. I have to speak at a dinner in Vegas at 7:30. I told them I wasn't sure if I could make it, but I think I can. So I'm going to make my way. So I want to apologize for not staying. I'm going to fly. I might float there. I feel so good I might float there all by myself. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And, on that note, the same note is that Trustee Gutierrez was the first Latino to be also when she came on board. So we're going to take a 5-minute break so we can move people around.
You're not going to slap me? I did okay.
We're going to skip into the recognitions, beginning with Edward C. Reed High School Naval Junior ROTC Color Guard to honor all of our veterans and our heroes. Please rise.
Carry colors. Ready, cut, forward, arch, color guard, hold, present, colors. Will you follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Carry colors. Ready, cut, counter march, arch. Forward, arch.
Yeah, Howard has. I'll go to staff. You may be seated. Who is? Oh. Hi, welcome.
Hi. Thank you. My name is Stephen Tynan. I'm one of the ROTC instructors over at Reed High School, and I just wanted to introduce our crew there today. We had 2 sophomores, or 2 ladies there. Gwen Godfrey was the one with the red hair, and she is part of the championship color guard team last year. That is the #1 team in the district,
Wow. I think
and they
they
just
are
won
this
again
year, too.
last week against 14 other teams
Good here.
from around northern Nevada, so they did an outstanding job. The other young female is a sophomore, Celestina Jimenez. She's new to the color guard team and doing an outstanding job. Dominic Robles was carrying the Nevada state flag. He is a junior and has been in ROTC for 3 years. And the young man who led you all in the pledge is Mr. Tony Samonti. He's a senior, and he is the cadet executive officer for the Raider Battalion. We have 185 cadets in the battalion, and Tony's doing an outstanding job, and in January he will actually become the commanding officer of our unit. He is also applying to the U.S. Naval Academy and has his interviews this weekend, so everybody wish him good luck. On a final note, Reed High School is the first ROTC to include the college ROTCs to be invited to the the Pearl Harbor Day Parade in Waikiki, Hawaii in 2015. And we are currently in the midst of major fundraisers, as you could imagine. In fact, we have another fundraiser tomorrow night, a craft and wear fair. And then we have a wine tasting for all the adults in the room, December 7th of this year. So a year to the date of when we'll be traveling out there. So we hope to represent all the veterans from Nevada, our great state of Nevada, and the USS Nevada well next year at the Pearl Harbor Day Parade. Thank you
That's
very much.
wonderful. Thank you so much for bringing the students over here, and we're very proud of what the ROTC does here in Reno, in Nevada. Trustee Mayor, you want to say a few words about the ROTC and what it means to the schools and to our students who are participating in it?
You know, the whole ROTC program is outstanding. And speaking as a veteran, I took part in the Veterans Day Parade, and it was my privilege to go and look at all these outstanding young people. Not only are these kids looking sharp, but if you'll notice, 3 of them have a blue badge on there. 3 of them are honor roll students at Reed High School, and they promised me that the 4th one's going to be this next grading period. And I'm sure that'll happen.
No pressure.
But these guys, the graduation rate, they talk about graduation rates, but they never bring out the ROTC graduation rate. The whole county, all the units in the county, the graduation rate for ROTC cadets was 92%. 92%. And I just think that I think the instructors do an outstanding job with these young people, and I'm sure that he's going to make the Naval Academy. But he looks more like a pilot. Maybe the Air Force Academy would be better. Top Gun, huh?
He wants to be a pilot, he just wants to land on boats.
Oh!
I like that.
Land on the right ones.
Exactly.
Thank you for bringing that.
Trustee Rosenberg has a resolution, I believe, there to read.
Resolution by the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Whereas the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month in 1918 marked the signing of the armistice to end the Great War, which would later be known as World War I. Whereas 1 year later, in November 1919, President Wilson proclaimed November 11 Armistice Day, and soldiers of the war were celebrated. Businesses were briefly suspended at 11 a.m., while local and national politicians honored them with speeches, and those who had survived marched in hometown parades. Whereas in 1938, Armistice Day was voted a national holiday, and then in 1954 it became Veterans Day, a day to honor veterans of all wars, and whereas not only November 11, but every day is a day to remember those who have served and lost their lives, to look at veterans with pride for their commitment to our nation, and to thank all former military service members for their service. Now, therefore, in consideration of the above, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees does hereby recognize and thank Reed High School's Naval Junior ROTC Color Guard for presenting the colors in honor of our veterans. Dated this 18th day of November, 2014.
Congratulations to all of you.
Yes. Sure. Come on, bring it here.
Oh, of course.
Now, you don't have to have your serious look. You can smile.
He's trying to learn how to smile.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm so sure. Thank you so much. We're going to take the next item We're going to do the American Indian Heritage Month next. So we need to have the presenters here for that. Come to the dais, please. Thank you. We know they've got to get to a parent meeting, so we need to get you moving out of here. Thank you so much. Sorry to be so late.
Oh, no problem. Thank you for taking us earlier. My name is Jillian Fillmore. I'm the new Indian Education
Right.
Specialist with the Equity and Diversity Department for the school district. I'm here to honor our 3 Paiute language instructors. They teach at Spanish Springs High School, Reed High School, and North Valleys. So if Stacy Burns, Renelda James, and Christina Thomas would come up.
Welcome to all of you. We could not do this without your cooperation, so please explain to the audience, if you would, about this particular stellar program for our Native American students.
Yes, this program is actually offered to all our students who are interested in taking Paiute language. They get a world language credit for taking it. Stacy and Christina and Renelda have been teaching for multiple years, so they've decided to come back every year, and they've seen second-year students and even third-year students.
That's fantastic.
Would you like to introduce your programs a little bit more? Okay.
Thank you. Hama no Stacy Burns Nania. No Nobi Dakara ne Kova Waitu Kimara ne Pazia Panobi Gayu. My name is Stacy Burns. I am a salt eater Paiute from Cova, California. I reside in Hungry Valley. I currently instruct North Valleys High School, and I also help with Spanish Springs High School. I'm very honored to be doing this. This is my 3rd year, so I love it. I'm warming up to it. I've never thought I'd feel very comfortable in front of a classroom of teenagers, but I really do, and I really enjoy what I do. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
Could I ask a
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
You know, I think it's Hall Elementary School. There's a big mural of Indian heritage there. Who painted that?
Yes, Jesse Hall has a beautiful mural, and it has Puinabi, which is Paiute for leader, and then there's the Washoe language and the Shoshone language, so it honors all 3 Great Basin languages. I believe there was Nighthorse, Ben Nighthorse, who put that together. Yeah. He's a Reno Spark City and Colony tribal member. Very talented individual.
It's just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. It adds so much to that school with their Native Americans that go to that school. I bet they're very proud of it too. They're students at that school, and I bet they're very proud of that mural.
Yes, they are. My children actually attend Jesse Hall Elementary, and a lot of the children from the Reno Spark City and Colony, they're zoned to that school in Hungry Valley. So they come down and they're very proud. It brings a lot of pride to our culture and a lot of cultural awareness to the other children as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Alma Pishaya Nona, no Dawakut Manamina Nia, no Quiwi Takaramino on Odino Waiter. My name is Christina Thomas. I am Paiute, Shoshone, and Hopi. I currently teach at Reed High School. This is my 4th year teaching. I have also taught at North Valleys High School as well. I currently also I work as a Title VII Indian Education Advisor also at Reed High School, and also an advisor for the Native American Club at Reed. And so I'm just like Stacy, I was kind of put in the position. I wasn't going to school for teaching. I'm actually a student at UNR. I took Northern Paiute with an elder from our community and was the first person to actually take Northern Paiute to receive credit for my degree at UNR. So with that, I feel very, very blessed, and it kind of pushed me to become in the position that I'm at now, advancing my language skills. So I'm very blessed, and I love what I do with the students, and I'm also very involved with my community. I have a girls' youth group that I try to find time when I have time to do. I have a group called Native Butterflies. So I'm very honored to be able to teach our language and our culture to our youth, and
just within the past few years that I've seen the program flourish. There's more students in my classroom now. I have about half and half. Before, it was just a handful of students, and most of them were Native American, and now most of my students are non-Native. So I have Hispanic students, African American students, Caucasian students. So it's just students of all backgrounds just wanting to learn more about who we are, where we come from. And it feels really great when I see them out in the community and they tell me that that was their favorite class, or that they get to educate others about our culture. Is a really good feeling. So I just
That's wonderful.
I want to thank you guys for honoring us, and a couple of times our Paiute classes have been featured on the local news. And so I think it's wonderful that others are becoming aware that we have this class and things that we're doing to preserve our culture. So thank you.
Thank you.
May I just say how well-spoken our leaders are? So thank you. You're just so well-spoken and so proud of you.
Hama ne Ronaldo James mitnani nuku yuidikar yeshinu bana umuwanish bishanu kuyach mummi batyon bishamu. My name is Ronaldo James, an elder from Pyramid Lake Reservation. I am a ancient sacrificiary Kuyuitkar. I have been teaching at Spanish Springs for the last 8 years. When the school board honored us with putting our language into the high school at Spanish Springs, I understood we were a pilot program, and it was a little bit scary for me to be teaching teenagers. So, but it became a great pleasure. It was a wonderful way to bring our language, to try to revive our language that is pretty much not spoken by the young people. I enjoy working with the young people, and now I'm in a different position. I'm a mentor to Christina and Stacy, besides teaching in the classroom at 3 schools. And so the wonderful thing is that the school board allowed us to bring it into the public school after years, and it was the students who had asked for this language to be taught there. It's not only just teaching the language, it's also teaching this culture, our traditions, and spirituality that comes with our language. And so I hope that I can be there 1 more year, perhaps, if God willing, that I could still drive on that freeway. So, and I thank all of you for honoring us. This is a pleasure to be here this evening.
Thank you so very, very much.
If I may, you know, last year we took a meeting and went out to for a meeting at Natchez School out in Wadsworth, and yeah, it was in March. I'd like to see us do that again. Besides, I'm hungry for Indian tacos. But I think we should plan like one meeting in March to go out and meet with people and talk to them about their concerns and everything out at the school, if that could be workable.
Yes. I think this year we'd like to have it at the Reno Sparks Indian Colony and alternate the reservations.
That's a good idea. That's a great idea. We'll be more than happy to do that.
Yes.
Do they cook tacos?
Yes. We would like to give each of you a T-shirt from our program. This is a saying by Chief Joseph. It says, it does not require many words to speak the truth. So I will leave this bag and you guys can distribute it as you like.
Thank you so much. Trustee Gutierrez, you have a resolution to read.
Just take him back. Resolution by the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees, whereas American Indians have faced moments of profound triumph and tragedy with perseverance to make invaluable contributions to the arts, education, sciences, government, and economic development of our society, whereas Washoe County School District celebrates the heritage of its American Indian students and values the cultural legacy and diversity the students bring to the classroom. And whereas American Indian Heritage Month is a time to reflect and to honor the contributions of American Indians and celebrate the rich traditions of our American Indian community. Now, therefore, in consideration of the above, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees does hereby recognize and celebrate November 2014 as American Indian Heritage Month. And I have all three resolutions for each of you.
Thank you.
Madam President, may I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead, Ms.
I just
Ruggiero.
wanted to comment on the importance of the mentoring, and it's so clear that our young teachers have a wonderful mentor.
I would agree with you totally.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Oops, what's on? 1, 2, 3, and one more. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you again. Thank you so much. All right, we will switch now to the Class Act Award. Hi, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having us as we're out here every time, and we really enjoy coming out and doing this, so we appreciate that. The Class Act Award recognizes students that do outstanding things in their communities and in their classrooms, so this one is no exception. So let me bring up George Brown, the principal at Swope Middle School.
Good evening, or is it still afternoon? I have the opportunity tonight to introduce to you Marlo Towle. She's a 7th grade student at Swope Middle School, and her family is over here. They're taking pictures right now. But before I introduce her, I sort of checked in with her teachers to see what their teachers had to say about her. And so here's what one teacher said. Marlo's elementary school principal, Susan Novelli, talked about Marlo, how she is helping out around the school. She tutors 4th grade students, and plus she and another friend have put together a buddy bench at the school, and Susan can elaborate on it better than I, and so can Marlo, but that's just sort of the tip of the iceberg. Her teachers at Swope, the first one said, Marlo is a wonderfully engaged student who is a model of what all students should be. She knows when to engage in friendly conversation with her peers and is all business during class time. She is a role model and a leader. During our recent Inventions project, she was the calm voice on her team as they worked their way through a variety of problems. Her approach with her teammates was always straightforward, with an eye to doing well, meeting deadlines, and finding success at the end of the project. Another teacher said, what I love about Marlo is how matter-of-fact she is. She is very even-tempered, and other students trust her to be fair and honest. She never complains, way to go, and she takes her job as a student very seriously. And finally, another teacher wrote this, Marlo Towle, is a humble and wise human being who leads by example and exhibits all of Swope's traits of excellence. She is a student who demonstrates tolerance, respect, a love of learning, unquestioned character, and an innate sense of empathy. Marlo's aptitude and passion for academic success is contagious. Students who work with her in a class benefit from her abilities, and they usually grow as a result. The most impressive trait about Marlo's academic proficiency and what separates her from the other high-achieving students is the consistency in her performance. She's the one that everyone can count on for almost anything because she's reliable and prudent. This teacher adds, but honestly, she simply does everything right. And so it is my privilege to introduce to you Miss Marlo Towell, a perpetual class act.
Yes. Welcome, Marlo.
Do you want to say anything?
Do you have something? Sounds about right. This perfect student, who sounds very perfect indeed, I believe had some people accompany her here tonight. Perhaps she would introduce them if she has nothing to say.
I have my
Who came with you?
So my mom and my dad and my brother are over there, and I have my English teacher and my GP Challenge teacher, Mrs. Hoy.
Oh, my.
And then my principal from my elementary school, Mrs. Novelli, and then my music teacher, Miss Gaines.
Well, why don't we have all of those people stand up so that we can see what they look like? We're very happy to see you have this award. It sounds to me like you more than deserve it, and so we're very happy for that. So congratulations, honey.
Thank you.
And we have Trustee Rosenberg who will read a resolution for you.
Embarrass the living daylights out of you. There's a lot of whereases. Resolution by the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Whereas KRNV TV Channel 4 and the United Federal Credit Union and the Reno Aces have honored Marlo Towell as a Class Act winner. Whereas the Class Act Award recognizes outstanding students in Northern Nevada. Whereas award winners are positive role models at school, at home, or in their community and often go unrecognized and unrewarded. Whereas Marlo Towell is enrolled in the Gifted and Talented Magnet program at Swope Middle School and also volunteers and assists with fourth grade students. Whereas Marlo is also a dedicated Girl Scout working on her Silver Award by building a buddy bench at Huffaker Elementary School where students who are feeling lonely or are being excluded at recess can sit on the buddy bench. When other students notice the isolated child, they can approach the buddy bench and ask the student to play or somehow make the student feel included. Whereas thousands of Washoe County students exhibit dedication, hard work, positive attitudes, and community involvement, however, Marlo Towell stands out as an outstanding student. Now, therefore, in consideration of the above, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees does hereby recognize Marlo Towell, Swope Middle School Class Act Award winner, dated this 18th day of November, 2014.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Time for a picture.
Everybody, come on.
I'll take the picture. Logan says get the picture.
Smile,
That's awesome. Great picture.
It is.
Okay, and then I will take. All right, on three. One, two, three. And let's shoot a second one. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Congratulations again. We'll move on to the Excellence in Education Award. Welcome back again.
Thank you.
You know what, your name is Ben?
Yes, it's Ben with United Federal Credit Union. I
Yes,
forgot
I
that
know
piece
who
earlier.
you are. I know where you're from. I wasn't quite sure who you were.
Yeah. I think we all kind of noticed that with Marlo, behind her was obviously her family that that helps and supports her. But I think the other thing that we saw was there were teachers that are behind her and support her too. So the Excellence in Education Award that recognizes those teachers that go above and beyond for their students. So I'm going to bring up Susan Novelli, excuse me, the principal at Halfacre Elementary School.
Very good. Welcome, Susan.
Hello. So I apologize for crying in advance. I have to tell you, I met with Marlo and her friend Bailey the other day about our buddy bench, and in January we will unveil the buddy bench. So you may want to come out and visit. They have some great ideas, and we're going to kick it off with an assembly with the primary children because it's going to be on their playground.
That'd be wonderful.
So congratulations, Marlo.
It's a very unique idea.
Yes. So I am here to present to you Bridget James, a music teacher at Halfacre Elementary, as an Excellence in Education Award winner. Bridget's very unique in that when I first came to Halfacre, I thought, oh, we're going to teach music, so we're going to do some singing in Bridget's class. Now, in Bridget's class, we learn music, the titas and the tatas, and I'm learning a little bit. We'll never get to the part of playing an instrument, but she's quite talented. And evidence of that is every year she presents to the parents an informational concert where the kids not only perform the things they've done, but they teach the parents what they've been learning progressively through the years. Bridget also serves on state and national boards for music educators. She is an aspiring administrator, so interim Superintendent Davis, you might want to put her on your list. She is in the process of getting her doctorate in administration at UNR, so I'd like to introduce to you Bridget James.
Welcome, Bridget, and congratulations.
Thank you. I have to say it's much easier speaking in front of the little kids. I have to say that it is an absolute pleasure working here in Washoe County School District. I'm from Minnesota.
Yo-ho.
I went to school in North Dakota, and everyone always wonders, how did I get out here? And honestly, the love that you have for the students and for the culture and the rich culture that is within our school district is just wonderful. And I can't tell you enough how wonderful it has been. I was fortunate enough to go to Washington, D.C., to the National Assembly and lobby on Capitol Hill and talk about the great things that we have going on in our school district, how much you have supported the music department, and then extending that beyond to the fine arts with theater and visual arts. We are a community. It's not just about the school district. The Reno Philharmonic is involved, but it's really for one thing, and it's for our students. Marlo, I'm so pleased to see you here and getting this award. That's why we do this. That's why we're here. That's why I teach music. It's why Mrs. Novelli puts in all of the hours that she puts in. And Logan's not to be forgotten back there either. I still remember them when they're little, and then they grow up, and then all of a sudden they're in our community and they're part of our world. It's not just about music, it's about the students. So I thank you for recognizing me, but really it's in recognition of the students that we do what we do. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I have a question to ask you. Where in Minnesota are you from?
St. Paul, actually.
Oh, from the big city. I'm a rural girl.
Oh, yes, where from?
Yes, Glenwood. Very
Excellent.
small town.
Yes.
And Howard has a resolution for you as well.
And have several nieces and nephews that live in Bagley, Minnesota.
Oh, very good.
It's that upper left-hand corner for those of you who don't know. Because it's the only way I find it. Resolution by the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Whereas KRNV-TV, Channel 4, the United Federal Credit Union, and the Reno Aces have honored Bridget James as an Excellence in Education recipient, whereas teachers are the cornerstone of the Washoe County School District mission, Whereas Mrs. Bridget James brings her love of and passion for music to the world of her students, whereas Mrs. James has exposed her students to music not only through their regular music classes, but also by taking them to opera presentations at the Riverside Theater and trips to listen to the Reno Philharmonic Orchestra, whereas Bridget combines writing skills with teaching music by asking her students write about a music performance they watched and encourages them to be honest with their analysis, and whereas excellence in education, classroom instruction, and thoughtfulness towards students and their families should be recognized and valued throughout the community. Now, therefore, in consideration of the above, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees does hereby recognize Mrs. Bridget James, Huffaker Elementary School Excellence in Education winner, dated this 18th day of November, 2014.
I was just going to ask her that. Bridget, do you have anyone here that you'd like to take the picture with you, or you want to introduce?
My husband, Eric James.
All right.
My ultimate supporter of everything that I do. And my two children, Catherine and Alexander.
Well, welcome to them as well. Beautiful family.
All right, everybody smile. 1, 2, 3. And we'll take a second one. 1, 2, 3. Great.
Congratulations. All right, we move on to Inclusive Schools Week with Frank Salvaggio. Welcome, Frank.
Vice President Clark, Interim Superintendent Tracy Davis, and members of the board, thank you for this time. Every child by name and face to graduation. We say that every day in our school district. And that's no more true than when we're talking about our special populations. We have a commitment to make sure our students with disabilities, our gifted and talented students, and our English language learners are put in environments where they could be the most successful. Inclusive Schools Week is a reminder to all of us of our commitment to make sure that all our students are brought in the right environments and inclusive settings so they can succeed. And that's why we're celebrating it.
Thank you so much. Did you bring anyone here with you from your staff that you would like to introduce? Or
Well, next I think we're bringing up a bunch of parents,
right.
but why don't all the parents stand up that are here tonight, that are part of our, and those that are part of the IDAC. We're going to introduce you in a second, but and they're a reminder to all of us as parents of their commitment as well.
Right, exactly. And I must say that there is nothing more important than doing a responsible inclusion program for our students. We want all of our children to be welcomed into our classrooms to the degree that they can be productive and work well and learn from their friends and from their peers and from the teachers. So we are very strongly committed to having inclusive classroom environments here in Washoe County. And Trustee Ruggiero will read a resolution.
Honored to read this resolution. I'll do my very best with my bad eyes. Resolution by the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Whereas Washoe County School District is committed to graduating all students college and/or highly skilled career ready by providing education instruction in schools and classroom environments that are welcoming and supportive of teaching all children. Whereas the educators of Washoe County School District recognize that children are unique and learn differently, and when learning is tailored to meet his or her abilities and interests, the chances for success rise dramatically. Whereas the educators and families of Washoe County School District have been working hard to ensure that our classrooms and schools are characterized as being high-performing and inclusive. And whereas, by their efforts to foster high-performing, inclusive classrooms where students are accepted as individuals regardless of their background, language, disability, or giftedness, the educators and families of Washoe County School District have contributed significantly to building a stronger and more inclusive community. Now, therefore, in consideration of the above, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees does hereby recognize and celebrate December 1st through 5th, 2014 as Inclusive Schools Week, dated this 18th day of November 2014, signed by Barbara Clark, President, Washoe County School District Board of Trustees, Tracy Davis, Interim Superintendent, Washoe County School District.
Congratulations.
And just real quick, Dr. McClure,
Yes.
I called you Vice President Clark. I
I know.
apologize for that.
I was wondering about that. All right, we're going to do now next on our agenda is the introduction of the Individuals with Disabilities Advisory Council after Frank gets his photo taken with Mrs. Interim Superintendent Davis.
One more. There we go.
Right back at you, Frank.
Yeah, so I'd like to bring up Diane Thorkeldson, who is our new chairperson for the Individuals with Disabilities Advisory Council. If you remember last year, as part of our restructuring plan, it was concluded that we needed to develop an advisory council, and we had a vigorous group, and they made a selection on those that would serve on the board. And then, so I'm going to introduce Diane, and she can give you a little more information about that.
Welcome, Diane.
Thank you, and it's gives me really a lot of pleasure to be here tonight. This is a venture that I know a lot of the parents that are involved in this group have been wanting for a long time, so we're excited to be here. Again, my name is Diane Thorkeldson, and I was recently selected as the chair of IDAC. With me tonight is Valerie Brown. She is the vice chair, and we also, serving on the board of officers, is Barbara Giannani, and she was unable to join us tonight. But most of the people that stood up just a few minutes ago are actively involved in our group. We met for the first time in June with just 6 or 7 of us, and quickly in just a couple of months have grown to over 30 parents. We're a parent-driven organization, and really our mission is to be a collaborative, solution-focused partner with the district, both at the board level and the staff level, to really start closing the achievement gaps for the kids with special needs.
Well, we greatly appreciate your dedication and commitment, and the fact that you're here as an active participant is even more important, and making certain that all children's needs are being met. That's what we are supposed to be all about, and we're getting better at it. We have a long, long ways to go.
Yes, our special ed outcomes, as I know you are all very well aware of, are not fabulous here in Washoe County. So really that is our goal, is to see some pretty dramatic improvements. We're working hand in hand with Mr. Salvaggio and his staff, and really look forward to partnering for the long haul of improving outcomes for children in special ed services.
Well, we welcome your presence. Thank you so much.
And I just want to say a thank you to Andrea Hughes-Bard from the Gifted and Talented Advisory Council. They helped us initially so we partnered with them. We stole their bylaws. Because they're a powerful force, and we want to learn from them. Yes.
Yes, they are. They're great activists. So thank them as well.
Yes.
I'm glad that you have utilized them as your resource and your model, because Andrea and those individuals truly have made a difference, and particularly not only at the school level, but working at the state level with the legislators and so on, and talking about the true needs of what we have in our schools and how we need to partner with them as well to help us to do a better job all the way around. So thank you for your continued support.
Thank you.
Where's the other ones? Oh. Would you like to do your public comment now, if you would? Also, we have Larry Daly, and then we have Valerie Brown. Is Valerie here? Yeah. Would you? Oh yes. Would you like to follow Mr. Daly? Sure. All right. We'll do that now, so you don't have to wait till through the whole rest of the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
I'm commenting on the harassment and intimidation policy. It doesn't matter.
Oh, all right. If you want to wait for that?
No, we're fine.
Okay.
Because really what this is about is I filed a personnel complaint per your procedure, SUP P005, about the man who's keeping time over there on me, Randy Drake. I've felt for a long time that I can't tell whether he is acting to protect himself or the district. This board has the obligation under your policies to take my filing seriously. On November 3rd, I asked this board's secretary, what's the procedure for doing this? I got no response. So on November 5th, I sent a complaint to every one of you, board members at washoeschools.net. If you're not getting it, it's not my problem, complaining about that man's procedures. I didn't hear back, even though the existing policies grant a timeline for response and say that if I ask for a closed session of this board, you have to comply with that. That's my understanding. I'm not an attorney. But nobody replied until after the requisite time period expired, and I started asking questions, why is nobody replying to this? So on November 14th, I sent another email to board members, carbon copying Tracy Davis, because that's who complaints go to, through saying, I've not heard from anybody. If legal is handling this, then we have another example of a conflict of interest, it seems to me. I'm trying to follow your policies. At this point, I think the board is supposed to respond to me. This is where it gets funny. I got one of those emails. Have you ever gotten one where they try to recall the email? Let me read it to you. Boss, his name. I won't respond unless you tell me otherwise. Do you want me to forward this to Randy? After I put in the email that Randy Drake shouldn't get it because it's about him. And I'd also had a phone call earlier that day. When somebody finally did reply, they forwarded it to Mr. Drake. So it doesn't matter what you do with your harassment and intimidation policies. Unless, of course, you want to harass and intimidate. Because not following your policies and not listening to the public, that's the ultimate form of harassment and intimidation. This is after I tried to follow the same policy and go and say, I ask you guys to follow this. In the past, you've threatened me with arrest for doing that. Twice. One of the things I want to talk about, and I'm going to ask for just a little more time, since policies apparently don't matter, is Mr. Drake, as a part of the settlement, I can't go into the details of our settlement right now, but you could sure ask. Nothing about my settlement agreement prevents you from asking and me to talking about it. I just can't have that as another complaint right now. What I can say is if you look at the original complaint settlement, one of the things that you, the school board members, asked me to drop was an open meetings law complaint. It's in the settlement. So I would think your attorney at that point, if they were doing due diligence as Nevada state law requires, would have read the open meetings law, wouldn't you? Then what happened? That's what I want to talk to you about. I want to know who's watching the watchdog. When I'm told I can only communicate through your legal department, and then your legal department won't answer the phone, is that a violation for my child's civil rights because I'm her protected advocate? It's an important question. That's really what the trespass notices have been about. So my question for you, board members at washoeschools.net, you've got a harassment and intimidation policy on the thing for a vote. You're not following what you got. What difference does it make? And who holds you accountable? Maybe you don't know what you don't know, or maybe you don't know what you're not told, or you're not reading yourself. You should read your policy, SUP P005, and find out how, in the last 3 times I've tried to pursue that policy, I've violated anything, and then go look in the mirror and see who's really out of compliance. Thank you for the extra time. And Ms. Clark, thank you for being the one person. It's because you got the thing in front of me. Dr. McLaury, thank you for being the one person who's picked up the phone. It means a lot even if we end up disagreeing. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. All right.
Oh, by the way, I have the right, I tried to have this above the board like it should be. My complaint is now here. By your own rules, it needs to be a part of the minutes of this meeting. It needs to be public. because you didn't handle it privately like you should. I'm allowed to have anything that I want that I bring as evidence in the minutes. That means as a PDF up on your thing. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Valerie.
Thank you,
Welcome,
Board.
Valerie.
Thank you. I'll be quite honest with you, I did not realize that this was on the agenda today, and I guess it's quite fortuitous that it is and that I'm here. I understand that there's a vote on this, and I'm concerned about that because some of you may or may not know I have an ongoing OCR complaint over this very issue. And I don't think that this draft even comes close to what the OCR would agree with on harassment, discrimination, and retaliation. Because of these lacks of understanding of your current policy and omissions of your current policy, 2 years of hell was brought upon my son and lack of education. I had to sit in meetings with legal counsel of the school district and staff threatening my husband and I. In fact, at one point, I was arrested over it when a principal decided not to follow policy and procedure. There's no transparency to the public as to what exactly needs to be met and how it is going to be done. This is detrimental to not only parents being able to advocate for their children, it is hugely detrimental to the special education community. I would welcome you to maybe put this on hold and sit down with the OCR and have a conversation about it. This needs to stop. Parents need to stop being arrested. Parents need to stop being threatened in meetings. Your legal counsel probably needs to be reevaluated, because when Sarah Alma looked at me and told me that my son was going to be the next school shooter, was absolutely ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. Deidre Hammond.
Hi there. Oops.
Hi,
I'm
welcome.
actually with the Center for Self-Determination, and some years back we filed an OCR complaint on the issue of harassment, and the OCR gave the school district a sample grievance policy that they maintain all the time. They give it out to school districts all the time because this stuff's complicated. And one of the key provisions of that was incorporated into district policy was the specific steps. So when you report, you make a complaint, then there's X number of days. You know, the principal first looks at it. If you're not satisfied with the principal's response, then you go above that, and it gives you all the timelines for the various appeals and things. And it advises you that you have the right to file at any time a complaint with the Office for Civil Rights. And that is not in here. So is this, I'm kind of confused on how the other one left, and then we ended up with one that didn't have any kind of reporting requirements in it at all, which was 41113. And now we have this one, which has a lot more meat to it, but it still doesn't, on Section 5, reporting requirements, Section A, small Roman numeral 1, it says specific procedures related to reporting and investigation processes may be found in this policy's associated administrative regulations. This includes the process for reporting alleged violations to the district school police department. But I don't know where administrative regulations, I mean, what is it that families will actually see when this is posted? The district will, I think there's a section in here where it talks about the district posting the grievance procedures. Is there a separate part of this that will be posted that actually gives the timelines? Can we? Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so that needs to happen. And I've worked for 30 years in the schools, and for students with disabilities, the number one issue is bullying. Every single time. And you would be amazed how many times behavior is connected to bullying. So aggressive behavior of children with disabilities is quite often the result of bullying. The problem that occurs that needs to be included in your process here is there needs to be a feedback loop. So when a child makes a complaint, the principal investigates, that child or that family has got to know the outcome, because when they don't, it feels like no one did anything. So there needs to be a complete feedback loop in the policy that requires principals or anyone else to come back to the student and the family and make sure that they understand that there was an investigation and what the outcome was. Thank you.
Thank you, Deidre. All right, any more public comment? All right, we're going to skip back up to item 302, discussion and acceptance of the comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2014. Tom Szynski.
Yeah.
Whatever it was she said, we just need to double check we got all that stuff in place. Welcome. Would you introduce your guests here, please?
I will. Dr. McClurry, Interim Superintendent Davis, and members of the board. For the record, I'm Tom Szynski, Chief Financial Officer for the school district. And with me here today is Gail Carson, our controller for the school district, as well as representatives from our external audit firm, Kafori Armstrong, shareholder Felicia O'Carroll, and the on-charge manager on the audit, Dan Rushin.
Welcome to everyone. Familiar faces, quite a few of you are.
And it is with great pride that I present to you the district's comprehensive annual financial report, or audit. Here it is. And it is for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2014. And in terms of the report, the results are that it is an excellent report. And I will let Gail, Felicia, and Dan go through the finer details. But before doing so, I'd like to make a few comments or provide a few highlights. First, the report itself is the result of the dedication and leadership of the board, the superintendent, the district's leadership team, as well as our schools and departments, working with the finance and state and federal programs to get the excellent high-level results that are in this report. As you can see throughout the report, which is a 217-page document, we're not going to go through every single page. We can. But you probably have flipped through it and seen that we've worked closely with our communications department to have a lot of our children throughout this document in their educational environment. And now I have to admit, they really had to twist my arm. I'm not normally one that would have red in an audit report, because red numbers usually mean negative things. But I think you would agree with me that our cover is all about education.
Yeah, it is.
Yay. Very nice. Very nice.
In our summary memo to you, the board, and to the audit committee, we emphasize in the transmittal letter that highlights all the initiatives in the strategic plan, which are tied to our finances, which are resulting in higher graduation rates for our students. The audit itself reflects the general fund that saved approximately $20 million, which is less than 5% of the general fund budget, so that's very tight budgeting. However, as you know, we worked with you and the board and used $15 million of this $20 million savings to balance fiscal year 15's budget, which leaves about $5 million to address fiscal year 16. As we all know, we're coming up on our next legislative session, and the district has significant operating and capital budget needs. From an operating standpoint, the district has balanced its budget using unsustainable methods or resources like textbook funding, increased class sizes in grades 1, 2, and 3, insurance premium holidays, and of course our savings or reserves.
Bless you.
There's also, oh, bless you. There's also an increased sales tax that we've been living with that's provided additional resources that is due to sunset, and so the legislature and the governor will need to take action on this in this next session to address that. On the capital funding side, we unfortunately did not succeed with AB 46. And now with Tesla and others coming, our capital needs will be even greater in the next 10 years. So we will be challenged again in this legislative session to see how we can address all of these critical funding needs. My last financial point here would be to point the board to page 57 in the audit report. So if you'd flip over to page 57. See, Howard, I told you I wasn't going to go through every single page. So
you skipped 57 out of 200. Thanks a lot.
There you go. This is the footnote that details our ending fund balance for all of our funds. And it identifies the non-spendable prepaids and inventories, those funds that are restricted, committed, and assigned. With regard to the assigned fund balance, including the fiscal year 15 and 16 budgets, we presented that to you. I presented that to you in the form of a memo, which was done in the superintendent's highlights, so that you would have that information prior to this audit being brought to your attention. And we normally do that at your request. Let me close by saying thank you to all the members of the business office, the state and federal programs, and Conforti for the efforts in completing this audit. It truly is a dedicated effort, and as your Chief Financial Officer, I am very pleased with the results. And with that initial recap, I'm going to turn it over to Gail, Felicia, and Dan to walk you through the finer details of the report.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. I'm Gail Carson, Controller. As Tom said, you received the CAFR at the end of October, and we gave you a nice handy little summary sheet to guide you to the significant areas that are a little bit easier to read. As you can tell, out of 217 pages, it doesn't come easy. There's a lot of details in there. It's not an easy document to compile. It takes a lot of teamwork and collaboration with the district staff and with the folks at Conforti, with Felicia and Dan. This year we had the pleasure of having Cindy Vance with us. She's back at her desk working, trying to catch up after doing this CAFR. But we did have her, and we also got Dan back after his absence of about 5 years. So we had the best of both worlds this year. It's always a pleasure to work with Lisha, Dan, and the rest of the staff at Conforti, and we really appreciate our relationship with them. Without getting too far into the data, because we're trying to keep from being repetitive here, I just want to point out a couple of things. The first thing is the transmittal letter. It's a letter that discusses, it discusses the state of the local area, the district itself, a lot of our major initiatives that we did throughout the year, and it talks about some of the awards we received, such as the Freedom Award and the Blue Ribbon Award. We also changed that section around a little bit. We updated the presentation of it. We included a lot of pictures of our students and our facilities as well. In addition to some of the awards that are listed in here, we also have the purchasing department that received the Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award for the 17th year. And the WCSD is just one of 6 governmental agencies in Nevada and one of only 23 school districts in the U.S. to receive this award. So they did a great job for us. Page XIII of the CAFR is the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting that we received for the FY13 CAFR. It's the 13th consecutive year that we received this award, and we will be submitting this current CAFR for consideration again this year. 2 other small things. Our bond rating remained unchanged by Moody's and Standard & Poor's, and the outlook remained stable from Moody's and was upgraded from negative to stable by Standard & Poor's, so a good sign of our stewardship for you. Also, we implemented GASB 65 this year. It's Governmental Accounting Standards Board. It added 2 new classifications to the Statement of Net Position and governmental balance sheets. Those are deferred outflows of resources and deferred inflows of resources, and you'll see those as Dan and Lisha take us through the financial information. If you have any more questions, I'll turn it over to Felicia.
Questions? Welcome. Felicia, nice to see you again.
Thank you very much. It's very nice to be here. Interim Superintendent Davis, Vice Chair McClory, and members of the board, we're delighted to be here with you today. We have already presented this report to the superintendent and the, at the time, and the acting superintendent and the audit committee. So most importantly, we're now presenting to you. You did receive an unmodified opinion. That is the highest level of assurance that the CPA profession offers. Your staff does a very good job, so I'd be surprised if you receive something other than an unmodified opinion. One of the things that if you're not really interested in 217 pages of numbers, and I do this for a living, and I'm not even interested in 217 pages of numbers by the time I'm done, I would draw your attention to management's discussion and analysis. That's put together by your staff, and it's actually a narrative recap of what those 217 pages say. And it's much easier to get a grasp of than trying to look at it piecemeal, which is how the financial statements are put together. And just real briefly, from the standpoint of your government-wide statements, and government-wide means all of your funds put together and looked at in just two financial statements. Your net investment in capital assets is $263 million roughly, and that's an increase of $4 million over the prior year. Your restricted is $47 million, and that includes restricted amounts for debt service, capital projects, and your self-insurance activities, and that was compared to $57.2 million last year. And you might think, well, that's not good because restricted is less than it was the prior year, but that means you're fulfilling the restrictions on it and you're actually using it for the purpose that it was given to you for. So that's one time when we're not sad to see a decrease in restricted. Your unrestricted was $61.6 million a year ago, and it's now $79.3 million. That's a result of the careful stewardship that you have over your expenditures and watching your revenues as well. And while the government-wide financial statements are important, you really operate on a day-to-day basis by using the individual fund information. So we're going to change up the presentation a little bit to talk to you about what's in your individual funds and what you're using and expending on a daily basis. The general fund balance increased by $5.6 million this year, and that was compared to a $4.7 million loss in the prior year. That's an $11.3 million swing in 1 year. However, it's a little bit misleading because you did have $3 million in computer purchases that you were hoping would come in by the end of the year, and they didn't. So those are actually encumbered at the end of the year. And I just want to reiterate again that the detail of the fund balances on pages 55 through 57 is an example of your clear message to the community, and the fact that you have a lot of fund balance. Don't get me wrong, you do, but every dollar of it is either committed, assigned, restricted, or it's not spendable. It's in the form of prepaid assets or inventory. So it still requires that you have a very careful monitoring and stewardship of these amounts. And when people in the community tell you that you've got a lot of fund balance, that's absolutely right, but it's all committed, and as Tom pointed out, to get you through 2015 and 2016. So the other item that you use a lot, and you talked quite a bit about this, is the special education fund. That's your major special revenue fund. It's financed 44% by the distributive school fund and 56% by a transfer from the general fund. It carries no fund balance. It operates on a zero balance basis, and the activity for that one can be found on pages 80 and 81. Your debt service fund is also a major fund, and it has a fund balance of $20 million. Sounds like a lot of money, but your average payments in a year are $55 million. So it requires the input from the revenues from the current year to even make your existing payments. The major capital projects funds, and there are 11 of them, include 8 of the rollover bond funds and the recovery zone economic development funds, of which there are 3. They hold combined fund balances of $97 million. Again, a big number, but they are all to be used for capital additions, improvements, and revitalization. Detail on those funds can be found on pages 135 through 147. So from the standpoint of being transparent, this document provides your readers and the constituents everything they need to know, and I know it's a lot of numbers to get through, and you're to be commended for coming out with the ability to make it through 2015 and even have a little bit to help cushion 2016. The other good thing is we found no findings related to the financial audit, and I'm going to steal a little of Dan's thunder and say that there were no findings related to the financial or to the compliance audit either. So tremendous amount of accomplishment on the part of your staff and on your part for monitoring this and watching it carefully. And with that, just so you know, I'm still a little upset over losing Cindy Vance to the school district, but I did get Dan Russian back, so I love Cindy to death, but I liked her better in my office than in your office. But you really have a tremendous asset in Cindy, and if I'm going to lose somebody from my staff, I want them to go to one of our clients. So I'm very happy for that. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dan for just a few minutes to briefly go through the compliance audit, which is the audit of your federal awards.
Okay. If we look at the compliance section of your CAFR, on pages 206 and 207, we have a report issued under government auditing standards, where we opine on the internal controls over your financial reporting. As Lisha indicated, you had no findings in this area, which is always good. On pages 208 and 209, we have a report issued related to what's called your single audit. As the school district expends more than $500,000 of federal funds in a fiscal year, you are required to have a compliance audit of those programs. If you were to look at pages 210 to 213, you would see what's referred to as the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. That's all the federal programs that the school district has, and it reports on the expenditures for each of those programs. Due to the audit processes that we apply and the timing of the programs and when they're audited, we audited actually Department of Agriculture programs this year, two of them, the Child Nutrition Cluster and the Fresh Fruits and Vegetables program. We're happy to report, as Lisha indicated, there were no audit findings for those programs. Those two programs comprise approximately 30% of all your federal expenditures for the year. The district did qualify as to what's referred to as a low-risk auditee, so we were only required to audit a minimum of 25% of your federal expenditures. That's always a positive note to end the audit on, is that there's so many compliance requirements associated with these programs. It's always good to have a clean audit in this area. And with that, I guess I could turn it back over to you.
Okay. Just to wrap up, again, a clean audit report, something to be very proud of. And as Dan pointed out, those compliance requirements for especially programs that aren't audited very often, it's real easy to slip up and just miss one, and your staff didn't miss any. So we're very proud of you for that. And again, working with Tom and Gail and Cindy is a pleasure. We really value our relationship with the school district and really believe that we've developed a partnership and think that we work well together. Thank you.
So just from my perspective, again, just to echo, again, to emphasize my great pride. The great pride is getting no findings. I mean, this is a flawless audit report, and it's a huge team effort. I also want to recognize Kristen and Rob Luna for the state and federal programs efforts. I mean, they get put under even a stronger microscope than the rest of the district, so acknowledge their efforts as well. So with that, I turn it back over to the board. Any questions you'd like to ask us?
Does anyone have any questions at all? Comments?
This is my last meeting with you. I know. And I think since I was a trustee, you've been, our auditor ever since 7 years. Oh my gosh. Staff, I'm very proud. So this is great. I just want to make sure for the future trustee, this is something you could see every year. It's been a good audit, really. It's excellent. 2 stars, 5 stars. So we've gotten better and welcome and so forth. But just getting that message out to the public, that's been our challenge. We hear it all. And we come in with some ideas with regards to the budget all the time. So how do we relay that? And I know we've made some steps, but I guess for the new board, that continues to be the saga. But thank you so much to the staff, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
I want to say thank you to the finance department, because we work in a different capacity, and they have really been great about trying to catch me up and talking about rules. And I'll say in a different seat I had, I was like, why can't we spend the money this way, right? I don't care about that. But Kristen's department and Tom's department, great about keeping us compliant and not violating laws, even if I kind of roll my eyes a little bit and say, why not? But they always do the right thing and don't let any individual circumvent the system. So thank both of you for that.
Thank you.
Any other comments? John?
I'd just like to move for acceptance of the report.
And I second that, Madam Chair.
Randy, I'm looking over my shoulder. Is this an action item?
Yeah, we have to accept it.
accept the
You have to accept
All
it.
right, it's been moved and seconded to accept the CAFR. Any discussion beyond that? All right, all those.
5 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars.
Yes, all those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you so much, and congratulations again, and please give our thanks to all of staff members, both in federal, state, and in your finance department. And actually, it goes across the district for those
Absolutely.
individuals who are being very careful with their funds, even though they may not have a lot. They're very careful with those.
And we
So
thank you as well.
appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we will move along to the Teacher and Leaders Council update. Let's see. Dawn Huckabee, Sabrina Pellet. Is that it, you guys?
Yes.
Welcome. What's happening with that?
Vice President
Now what's happening?
McClory and Interim Superintendent Davis, members of the board, Student Representative Carlson, Wooster, where it's a great day to be a Colt. I'm Dawn Huckabee, Chief HR Officer, and with me is Sabrina Pellet, Director of Professional Growth Systems. We will keep this brief because it's been a long night, but we're excited to be here to give you an update on what's going on with Teachers and Leaders Council and Washoe County School District. Sorry if that was me. And I'm sorry that President Clark couldn't be here because this presentation was at her request to know what was happening. I will tell you that tomorrow is another TLC meeting. We will be in Carson City for that. We continue to go to those meetings where we video conference with Las Vegas to pull everyone together to talk about what's going on at the state level with Teachers and Leaders Council and with the Nevada Educator Performance Framework. Let me just start out by what the Teachers and Leaders Council is all about. Enhancing educator evaluation presents Nevada with an unprecedented opportunity for systemic reform that can initiate the process of repositioning Nevada at the top of education. Educator evaluation serves as the foundation to increasing educator effectiveness and retention of the service and improve student outcomes. That is the mission of the Nevada Teachers and Leaders Council. We do have, well, let me back up a second. The Teachers and Leaders Council was formed under Assembly Bill 222 in 2011. And they provide recommendations to our State Board of Education around a statewide evaluation system for teachers and school site administrators. We do have 2 representatives who serve on the Teachers and Leaders Council. Many of you know both of these teachers in our school district, Barbara Barker, who teaches at Sparks Middle School, and Teresa Crowley, who's a teacher at Cannon. And they represent us so well. We're very fortunate to have these wonderful teacher leaders serving on this council. Washoe County took the lead on a lot of what has happened around professional growth systems because we were so fortunate to have the TIF 3 and TIF 4 grant, which really brought us all together, brought many stakeholders together to really look at our evaluation system and what needs to be in it. We continue to go with the Danielson framework, which we modified because we knew as a school district we needed to bring our own beliefs into the evaluation system, and we added the parent engagement piece into our framework. We've been doing that now for many years. We're going into our 4th year with our system. It's come very far. We're very proud of the work that we've done. We're also participating in the pilot study with the Nevada Educator Performance Framework. So the state is now moving forward. We're in the 2nd year of looking at the validation of what the standards are to the NEPF, the Nevada Educator Performance Framework. And we're participating in the principal, assistant principal portion of that.
and I'll outline that for you. You'll be able to see what that framework looks like in a couple slides over. Through Sabrina and her team, we have, and through Ben Hayes and his team in the Accountability Office, we have aligned to the NEPF by crosswalking our current professional growth system to the standards of the NEPF. So we actually have a crosswalk that shows what we're evaluating our teachers on and how that aligns to the NEPF, and we're excited about that work that's been done through the Accountability Office. And so we mapped all of our standards to the components of the NEPF so that we could have that direct link and show where that crosswalk is. Our 4 standards for our professional growth system is planning and preparation, classroom environment, instruction, and professional responsibility. 4 that we think really represent and are able to provide areas of growth for our teachers in our district.
Dawn, may I?
Yes.
What does professional responsibility mean?
Professional responsibilities can mean different things to different educators depending on the role that they're serving in the district. Do you want to go into some of what the professional responsibilities are, Sabrina?
I'm drawing a blank, but I can pull up the NEPF or our performance framework. A lot of that has to do with procedure and policy with the district will be an indicator, a component under professional responsibilities. Lesson planning, maintaining student records, all of those different things that may not be active instructional practice in a classroom, but are responsibilities of us as professionals participating in PLC, collaborating, professional growth, continuing your learning knowledge. All of those break down into the various components that fall under the professional responsibilities.
Thank you.
I see a lot of collaboration with colleagues.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the continuing work to be done through the TLC and Washoe County School District. We have put forth the board policy on evaluations for school year 14-15. As per the statute, we were required to have our own policy on evaluations for this year. And you approved that on consent today. We also have coming to the board policy committee on November 25th, the policy on pay for performance. And so that will be coming to the board in December.
Is there any money for the pay for performance, or are we just going through steps and not be able to fund it?
We developed a board policy around having pay for performance and career lattice, as we've discussed with the board in the past. But in our board policy, it says, based on funding through the legislature, because of course, there's a requirement that we have a policy on pay for performance, but we all know that that takes funding. And so that's in our board policy that you'll see after it goes through the board policy committee. And we're in a legislative year, so.
Seems to me every time I read the minutes of the State Board of Education that they delay it. They're always delaying it by a year or whatever. Are they ever going to stop doing that? I mean, really, we're going through all this work, and I know there's many counties that have not done any of the work. They're waiting and they're just going to template ours. And I'm just wondering if this is an exercise that we're just going to be going through and nothing happened.
Well, Trustee Mayor, we are going to follow the statute that requires us to have the policy, but it's a great question.
But the statute doesn't. Does the statute just say the Washoe County will do it and none of the other counties will?
No, every county has to develop a pay for performance board policy.
But it doesn't give them a date then. Because I know some of them are waiting for us to get ours done.
But usually
All
we're
right,
the leader.
let's wait and get back here. We have someone else who has a comment. Howard?
Pay for performance. Where did that come from?
I understand what it means, or what it's supposed to mean. But for me, pay for performance is your salary check. Now, merit I can see, excellence I can see, but this pay for performance, I just don't get.
Yeah,
There, I've said it, I feel so much better.
The term, you know, could be debated on what the term should be, whether it's pay for performance or incentive pay. There are different terms. It's pretty common throughout the country to use the terminology pay for performance. And it's meant to be an incentive for high-performing teachers and leaders, and can be beyond what the regular base salary is.
So that's a bonus or merit, not pay for performance.
Or career lattice.
Okay, career lattice,
Or
that's cute.
Opportunities to do more and to get paid more for doing more.
Again, the pay for performance, I think, is misleading. And I really think it needs to be changed. There, I've said it. Moving right along.
Also, what we'll be looking at is flexibility on evaluation tools. So as I said, we're still continuing with our professional growth system, but with the NEPF, and although we have that crosswalk and alignment, we'll be looking this year in this legislative session to say, how much flexibility can school districts have around the tools that they're using for evaluating teachers and leaders? Another thing that will be coming up in this legislative session will be how much percentage should constitute the student outcomes on the evaluation system. Currently in law it says that it's 50%. There has been talk about should it really be 50% or should that be changed. So we'll be watching the legislative session that's upcoming and be participating in that, especially with Ben and his group in our accountability office to say what should that look like and what should that percentage be. Also, what will be coming forward through the TLC is peer evaluation, where evaluations might be conducted by other certified licensed personnel. What we have right now in Washoe County School District, they're peer observers. They're not actually conducting evaluations, but they're observing other teachers in the classroom. So that's what we'll be looking at in the future as well. Are they peer observers or they're going to actually be peer evaluators? And then what we're talking about in the TLC a lot is other licensed personnel, which are certified personnel, but who aren't instructional classroom teachers who are in the classroom all of the time. And what should that evaluation look like? Should that look a little different for those other licensed personnel, which in the TLC they call Group 3. So you might hear about Group 3 teachers, because there's a lot of discussion right now around that. So that is the continuing work that will be done through the TLC, and that we'll be participating in and making sure that we do have a voice in. It's difficult to read because there's so much, but just to give you an overall of what the NEPF teacher standards look like, where we've mapped ours and aligned to it, is that it's instructional practice of 35% and professional responsibilities of 15%, and then right now, of course, those student outcomes are 50%. And then very similarly for our site administrators, it looks very similar for them. Instructional leadership practice, 35%, professional responsibilities, 15%, and student outcomes of 50%. So we'll see if any of that changes in the next legislative session.
Can I ask a question on student outcomes? Are they still content on evaluating everybody on the school outcome, or are they going to? Because I really have a problem with that, where let's say a PE instructor is evaluated on the performance on a standardized test, and he doesn't teach to the standardized test. Are they going to look at other ways of evaluating teachers that do not have student outcome based testing?
Yeah, we're all still looking at that. The state is looking at that. We are looking at that. Everyone's looking at that across the country, because almost 70% of our teachers are in non-tested grades and subjects,
right.
which you're talking about, Trustee Mayor, and we have to have a fair way. If we're going to say that your evaluation is worth 50% on these student outcomes, what are those student outcomes and how do we measure that fairly? So it is a big question right now.
And they haven't made a decision about it at all. They're just discussing it then.
Correct.
Because that's number one thing I get is I'll see somebody at a restaurant and they'll say, how can you evaluate me? I'm a wood shop teacher.
Right. You're right, and we are still all discussing that right now. There's no decisions that are made. But keep in mind also through our TIF 4 grant, we had the opportunity to put into place our student learning objectives. Okay. That's one way where teachers who are in non-tested grades and subject choose a target group of students, set targets for them, and then see if those are achieved. That's one opportunity, and we're doing that through our TIF 4 grant in those schools.
I think we're tired.
Okay, and so with our professional growth system, and we've talked about this with you before, it's around the evaluation, but it's not just an evaluation. Evaluation is one piece of it. It's around professional learning, and based on those evaluations and what's coming forward, what supports are we putting in place for our teachers and our administrators? It's about the career lattice. You know, we've got our master and mentor teachers who do get additional funds for still being in the classroom and additional work that they're doing outside of the classroom. We've got our peer assistance and review. We do have teachers who are in our PAR process right now. We've implemented through TIF 4 our student learning objectives. And also, we talked a little bit with you before about how we have the human capital management system. That's going to be instrumental to us, especially in how our data is then transmitted to the state for the NEPF, so that's a very important piece. We just wanted to show you very quickly what that looks like, and I think JJ's going to try to pull that up for us, because we are working with our teachers and our site-based administrators in the human capital management system, and our probationary evaluations were done in that for the first time. And so this is
the login page
where people log in, and our human capital management system is called My PGS, My Professional Growth System. And then I'll let Sabrina talk with you about that.
And each person has one on them.
Right.
And
right now we have
it's open to them.
Right. Our certified employees at the school sites, all certified staff members are being evaluated through this system where the evaluations live. And site administrators are built in there currently. This week we start the process of building in central office. So it's kind of a layered approach of getting everybody built into the system. What we're showing you here is the home page of My PGS. So when somebody logs into the home page, this has quite a bit on it because this is me, and I have a higher level access within My PGS. So, but generally speaking, what you'll see is a home page that has tabs across the top. That is a home page where announcements come in, you know, messages, calendar, things like that. There's tabs where they would find their own evaluation, where if you're a site administrator, I wouldn't click on those. Where you would, where if you're a site administrator, you would click on evaluation of others and your staff would pull up. So there's a tab for offline observations where you conduct all of your observations. This is where your pre and post conference live, your formal observation notes. So all of the things that are in NRS is a requirement of our evaluation system in the state, is built in here in a systemic way that ensure that we're having those pre and post observation conferences, that our formal observations are done by the dates that they're required to be done. Everybody knows what cycle that they're on. So it really has streamlined the process in that, in the documenting. Our student learning objectives have a tab, so student learning objectives are now just done right there within the system, and it's a less cumbersome process. I'll have you click on the resources tab. So on the resources tab, we're able to load all types of documents and information for staff members, so it's at their fingertips. If they want to open up something for a teacher or on SLOs or regarding to their position as a implementation specialist, all of their documents and information, SLO materials are right there at their fingertips. Training materials are at their fingertips. So it really becomes a central hub where everything lives. And they have access to it 24/7.
So an administrator can sit down with the teacher.
Oh, yes.
And come in here and see a lesson on classroom management and poke it up, and it's on the computer, and the teacher, he can sit there and look at it.
So in terms of watching a video of a lesson?
Yeah, say on classroom management.
So as we continue to build out this system with the professional learning piece of it, that will come to be. So if they're working with someone on for example, classroom management, there will have, within our professional learning piece, there will be videos, there will be courses offered, there will be all types of things that would align to classroom management that would come up, that would be there for a resource, both for the administrator to recommend and for teachers just self-searching for their professional growth.
But, you know, so often a principal will say, I'd like you to read this article and follow up in class.
Mm-hmm.
They don't really know if they've read it or not. But now with this, they can bring it up and read it together.
Right. Yes.
That's terrific.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And it's instant sharing of information. So if you do conduct a formal observation, you're in there, you do your notes for the formal observation, and of course as an administrator you go back to your office and clean up your notes because you're frantically scripting while you're in there. But once those notes are cleaned up and ready to present to the teacher, they share those notes over. So it's viewable by the teacher. You know, when things become ready to be viewed by the teacher, everything lives within one place. And we've just completed our first round of evaluations in the system for all of our probationary and off-cycle employees. They have completed their first rounds of evaluations within the system. And on the whole, I've just pulled a report, which is another beauty of the system, of completions. And on the whole, we've done very well for it being our first round of evaluations within the system. And then we know those by a quick report that we're going to want to go meet with and say, what can we do to support to make sure that we're completing each one of these pieces within it. So it's very good information.
Very good. And with that, if the trustees have any questions or any others, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good work.
Good work, yeah.
Very good work. Good questions, Mr. Mayor.
Right to the point.
All right, we'll move on to 3.04, discussion of proposed adoption. At which step are we on this?
It's discussion, and we have some information that is useful.
Well,
There might be some,
So we're just informational today?
yeah, and there might be some confusion based on some public comment, and I know that since that public comment, Ms. Scurry has been out in the lobby having a long conversation with Ms. Hammond.
Great conversation.
Yeah, so I'd like Ms. Scurry to relay that to the board so you have that information.
Good afternoon, or evening, whatever it is. I'm Lisa Scurry, Policy Coordinator. So as I was sitting upstairs listening to the conversation and the public comment, at first I was going, oh no, what do you mean you hate our policy? When she got to the regulations, obviously it was very obvious what she was referring to is those steps we're going to use to implement not only this policy, but everything related to public complaints and all of that. So we had a great conversation. I got her email address so she can review all of these, and I told her about some others that we're working on to include the gender identity regulation, a whole new public complaints process. We've redone the website so that there's actually 3 different places people can find our complaint process, so it's very easy for them to get to. In fact, counseling looked at it tonight, so they were happy with those changes. So a lot of good things going there, and we're hoping on the 25th to bring back the first draft of the new public complaint process. I'm actually meeting with Superintendent Davis tomorrow to start talking about it. So.
Lisa?
Could we use our groups to go through them? So what about what is the group we talked about tonight?
IDAC.
Yes, I talked to her about that.
Can we vet through them?
As one of the groups.
As one of the groups?
This has been vetted, yes, and this has been vetted through COFFEE, Council on Family Engagement, so.
And we also have a diversity task force who has vetted it. And I just mentioned the diversity task force to her because, because they haven't been, but they are now.
Well,
and I told her I'd also like her to look at.
And that's part of the process.
I haven't spoken to Mr. Drake about this.
Well, they should have been vetted before it got here, right?
You know what? Honestly, yes, you're right.
How dare you, Ms. Scurry?
I know. I will tell you. Right.
It's okay.
Yeah, and I told her, please share this with anybody you want. Obviously, these are public documents. We want as much input as we can. Even this document, if you're good with it as we're looking at late January before we get final approval. So we have lots of time to still go through it.
So now we'll allow them to go through their formal good.
Yes.
But this group broke off from another group, didn't it? Where they were represented by another group together. Like in May, they got fed up and they broke off. Am I right?
It was a new.
And formed a new group, yeah. But they were members of another group, and they.
There was, hopefully I'm saying this right, there was a group, Mr. Savaggio, obviously noticing the problems we were having communicating with the parents and the advocates, had put together, I'll call it a task force to look at those issues, to look at, and then there were several subgroups from that main committee that were looking at those, and then I think they morphed into more of an organized group to look at staffing concerns and things like that could come back to this group, so we were posting those meetings. And I think from that, this new group, in fact, she and I just talked about it, is more of a very similar to the GTAC group, so it's parent advocacy.
Which is what they represent tonight.
Yeah.
Right. So, I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
So.
All right, so the status of this then is it'll go to that group for them to take a look at it as well. And did you just say?
Together with the associated documents.
All right. Are you talking about the regulation which lines out the process that parents can go through if they put a complaint? I mean, there's 2 or 3 different things mixed up in here.
Yeah, in fact, that's one of the things, because she said, now you know that there's a federal law that has timelines. I said, yes, there is. Not only is there that, but there's also state law. And actually, the state law timelines are tighter. So what we're attempting to do, because she said, well, can you file a public complaint, and is that a different process than a bullying complaint? So in name, yes. But what my hope is that when we get it all ironed out, if an area superintendent, for instance, gets it, it doesn't matter what it's called, the process is going to be very similar. So the time frames for getting letters out and all of that. I also went over with her the trainings we've been doing with all of our principals and the letters, templates that have been developed so that parents are being informed and all of those things. So there's a lot that's been done.
We've just recently completed 7 bullying trainings to the 7 different areas. And
that's right.
All the principals from the schools in each area of the town.
It's a lot. So, and I think our special ed parents are looking at it maybe differently than, honestly, maybe we've been looking at it a little bit. So these things happen for a reason, and so we have to look at it with new eyes.
Scurry was out speaking.
And we appreciate that.
Well, and I told her, one of the things that, and Sarah Almo made sure we stressed this with the principals, is that if there's a student with an IEP involved, we handle it a little bit differently. We want to get the IEP team involved and things like that. So there's been a lack maybe of communication, so I know some of the things that you heard, maybe, we'll get communicated to other people as well, but I think Ms. Hammond walked out knowing she at least has a voice to look at what we're doing here, and we'll move forward there, but it felt like a positive 20 minutes.
Okay.
So.
All right, then we will return this again and.
For discussion after we do some more of this, yes.
We'll just bring it back to the same stage once you've got and you inserted anything that you think is going to ameliorate what the concerns were. Not that we can ameliorate them all or change opinions nor attitudes, but I think it's a good step to have engaged Deidre particularly.
Yeah, she pointed out a couple of things in here, and I said, okay, well, what about this? And okay, as an example, if you want to know an example, she was concerned with the one line that said if there is violence, police will be brought in. And she said, some special ed kids might have violence, but it wasn't intended. I said, well, that's true. I understand that, but we're not saying they will be arrested.
Are we still utilizing if it's part of their disability as a probable cause of whatever they've done?
Yes.
And that always is a
right. So that was one of the little pieces. So how school police isn't trained and things like that. So.
But what I'm hearing is, internally we all know kind of what this is saying, but externally there is a lack of understanding, and these policies are not just to be used internally. It's for any member of the public to be able to read it, use it, understand it. So we've got to make sure we look at it through those eyes too.
Mm-hmm.
So
I agree.
Yeah. Because I can't even understand half the time,
All right, well, thank you very much for that, Lisa and Randy.
Very
All right, anyone have a board report they would like to speak about?
I do, but
I'd just like.
A little bit, but.
We're exhausted. Yes.
I'd just like to report on one program that I saw at Agnes Risley School that I thought is the cat's meow. I really have the cat's meow.
You're too young. We'll explain
it. It's called Watchdogs, and what they did was they have the counselor and the principal developed this program, and they are taking male parents, and they don't have to be dads. They can be significant others. They've taken these people, and the first meeting that they had 90 males show up for the first program. And that's out of a school with 500 students approximately. So if you take some families have 3, 4, so it's a pretty good showing. And what they do is they come over and they got t-shirts. They made them with t-shirts, and they go in the school and they do whatever they can. And so if the counselor has a kid say, "Oh, I don't have any friends," they say, "Jose, could you see this child, and he's having trouble making friends." I think it's a terrific program. I think that other schools should be encouraged to go over and look at it. I don't know all the details of it, but to get 90 males out at a school next to Sparks Middle School to help in the school, I think is a terrific thing.
Agreed. They did a beautiful story on Channel 8.
Oh, I don't know. I just was there
they did
when I was
great.
visiting the school, and I saw it. It's
Ask
terrific.
Communications to get you that clip.
Literally.
I just, if I.
Yes.
Madam,
Stella?
Madam Vice President.
President.
President. Anyways,
Gosh, time's flying. Look
yeah,
at that.
really quick. So I attended, and Lisa attended, and Howard attended the Administrative Staff Development Forum last week on Friday.
Yep.
Friday. And it was great. It inspired me. It was awesome. Congratulations interim superintendent Tracy Davis, and to Kristen, thank you for your leadership. It was awesome. What we got out of there, and it just put everything into perspective. One, the analogy in the video that you utilized for that staff development was great, and it basically goes like, when it comes to education, there's things that we cannot measure. There's those students that hit home runs. I hope I'm in the right track. Home runs. Right. There's some that go to first base, others to second base, make it to third base, and there's others that we have to carry to the home run. So great analogy. I was inspired, and the whole thing about technology was awesome, and the way we look at it from a culture standpoint. And I know, like, from this group, Lisa and I are the ones that always multi-stack, multitask, and is that rude? And I think that's something we need to really embrace, especially at the board, and incorporate the technology piece where we make the board a little bit more fun. So that's it. Did I cover it?
Yep. That's great.
It was fun. It was beautiful.
All right, anybody else? Tracy is her interim superintendent's report.
And I'm going to cut some of it short, but I think when we talk about our story, and we've talked about putting our story out there, there's many ways to do it. And the baseball analogy was fantastic, but Kevin's story is about what we do here. And we have to look at our story and think about student voice. There are so many of our kids out there that have a story about their lives being changed and saved, and we need to make sure we hear our stories from our kids. And we will continue to do that as we move forward at A&S, to identify kids at every level, to tell a story about the work that's happening in our schools, and it's just simply amazing.
I think, and I'm not going to be on the board, but I would propose for us to use the technology, video those kids, and before every meeting, right after the Pledge of Allegiance, that is our focus, those stories.
That's a good idea.
Well said.
That's a great idea. All right, now we have to have a possible executive session. Is this possible or not?
Not possible.
So
What do you mean? They're sitting there.
All right, well, let's just, everybody has to go that doesn't belong.
Well, it's 10 minutes after 8. Let's get it done.
Look at that. That's what I was thinking. It's not possible. Am I wrong? Okay, 6. Oh, you know what? I thought for sure.
I thought it was 8 o'clock.
That's what
I thought it was 8 o'clock too.
Well, what time is it? What's the
10 after 6.
Okay, how long is this closed executive session? Okay, cool. I'm sorry.
It's super fast.
Okay, we need a motion to move into closed session.
We need a motion to go to closed session.
To close everything else out.
Yes.
Oh, all right, well, what do we have? Agenda requests, anybody?
None at this
No,
time.
none. Can we make it easy for December 9th, please?
No, that'll never happen anymore, ever.
No, we need a motion. Now we need a motion to go into closed session.
All right, now we need a motion to go to closed session.
I move to go to closed
I
session.
second it.
All
I
right,
third it.
Thank you.
all right, is that it?
Okay. All right, everybody gone.
Are we done?
You have to stay.
I didn't get
I thought for sure it was
Later.
8 o'clock.